I'm grabbing a water bottle in preparation because we are gonna have a long stream ahead of us. As tonight is kind of a send-off, an ode to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. As you know, I figured, given this game is coming to an end, it'd be nice to give it a proper send-off. So, with Mario Kart World coming out in the next month, and that being a game that I'm going to be playing heavily on stream, I wanted to pay my respects to the game that has been my addiction for the last decade, and that's Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I mean, this game is one that I have played hundreds of hours in. I mean, I probably have more hours in this than any other game on my Switch. Not only that, but it's also a game that I used to speedrun. At one point, at my peak, I had like 3 world oh my god. Just fucking hit like a remix stutter. I had like 3 world records in this game, and it's a game I love. So before this game falls out of the limelight and gets replaced by the new Mario Kart coming out next month, I figured it was only fair, it was only fitting, and it was only right that we play every single track in this game one last time. So that's what we're doing tonight. And it's wonderful to see you already, Matt. I don't really want to play as Kamek, though. What if I do White Yoshi? Ooh, that's not a terrible choice. We could go White Yoshi. I'll kind of love the ATV. And then the white tires. Just white on white on white. Yeah, let's get it. And then I think I'm also just going to have it set to 48 races, which is the max you can have. We'll do in order, and that'll play through all of the original tracks first, and then afterwards we'll have to play through all of the DLC tracks second. We'll do hard computer, custom items. Nah, just do normal items? Why not? Normal items. Alright, let's get it. So it begins. What's up, Drac? It's wonderful to see you. How are you doing, my brother? We're gonna be here a while, so trying to get settled in. I should also probably announce that I'm live on Twitter and Discord. All good. Alright, let's get it. I'm excited. I don't think I've ever done this on stream either. Like, this is a first for me. Playing all of the tracks in this game. Just in order. One by one by one. Looking forward to it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've definitely played this game in almost every way you can. We've done speedrun live streams. We've done co-op live streams. I've played multiplayer with viewers. I've played more Mario Kart than I would like to admit. It's almost embarrassing how much I played this game. Yet, shockingly, I don't think I've ever done a live stream like this where we're playing every single track in order. And if my math is correct, there's like 96 tracks. 96 courses that we're going to have to play through. So, that's why I said we're going to be here a while. I could have maybe had things speed up by doing 200cc instead of 150. But I feel like with 200cc, I gotta kind of focus. I gotta pay attention to the game. And I can't just kind of casually drive around. Which, while more difficult and exciting, and like I said, it would go by a lot more quickly, what I like about 150cc is I can kind of play the game super casually, where half the time I don't even need to be looking at my screen. I can just look at the chat. And it's not going to be damaging to my overall skill or ability to win. And I kind of prefer that anyways. Like, I'd rather be able to talk to chat and still play well than have to, like, really, really focus on Mario Kart. Because, you know, that's something I've complained about in the past. Like, I kind of hate how when I'm streaming a game like Counter-Strike or Valorant or really any competitive game, I hate how focused I have to be on the game because it takes away attention from my chat. And don't get me wrong, I love those types of games. I love Counter-Strike, love Valorant. I love competitive games because I'm a competitive person. But I can also acknowledge that it's not the best for the chat. Not the best for interacting with the chat. Anyways, that was my little rant. And plus, I also wanted to, like, explain while I'm still in the early infancy of the stream, and explain why I'm in 150cc, like I said. But I'm glad to hear you're doing well, Drac. It's wonderful to see you. You have 838 different shiny Pokemon. You know, it's funny because I was recently watching a TikTok where someone was talking about, like, shiny hunting. Specifically, they were talking about shiny hunting in Pokemon Go. And it reminded me of two things. One, it reminded me of you because of how often you're grinding out shiny Pokemon. But secondly, it reminded me that, like, I really should get back into shiny hunting myself. I kind of miss playing Pokemon games in general. I mean, I haven't live streamed a Pokemon game in months. But I also miss just shiny hunting as a whole. So, maybe one day we'll get back into shiny hunting. Maybe we'll do some shiny hunting in Pokemon Legends ZA. I don't know if I am excited for Legends ZA or not. I still can't tell if I like the theme of the game. Because, like, on one hand, I really, really like the kind of rank-based system that they've discussed in some of the trailers. Like how in the game, you're climbing the ranks from Z all the way up to A. I kind of think that's cool. I think it's neat, especially because it's never been done before in a Pokemon game, to have, like, a ranking system, Z through A, like 26 ranks, to determine the tiers of Pokemon trainers. That's awesome. I think that's really cool. So I like that aspect of the game. But what I don't love is how the entire game, the entire setting of the game, takes place in Lumos City. Like, respectfully, I feel like that's going to make it a little boring. Hey, what's up, random girl? How you doing? Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Because what I loved about Pokemon Legends Arceus, the first of the Legends game, is how the open world, while not perfect, felt very, very fun with all the different settings and biomes and different terrain that you could explore and adventure. And it really made the world feel, like, expansive. What I'm not looking forward to is having the entire setting of this next game all take place in one giant city. Because it's either going to result in one of two things, I expect, at least I predict. Like, you're either going to have the entire game feel like the same, have the same setting, the same decorations, aesthetic, and that setting is just going to be like Central Park. And that's kind of what they showed on the trailer. Like, that was their way of explaining how you could catch Pokemon in this big city, because you can go explore these parks, these wildlife zones, I think they're calling them. But all those wildlife zones kind of look the same, and they all just kind of give off the vibe of, like, Central Park in New York City. You know what I mean? That's my main worry. But what I also kind of worry about is almost the polar opposite. Sorry, I have hiccups. I'm worried they're gonna do the opposite, where to try and make those wildlife zones in the city feel different, they're gonna just make them outrageous. Like, one of the zones is gonna be a desert in the city, and that's not believable. If anything, that's just gonna, like, mentally take me out of the game. Like, if I'm playing a Pokemon game, and the entire setting is this giant city, and then you try to convince me that you have a giant desert in the middle of that city, I'm sorry, I'm just not gonna believe it. If anything, it's, like I said, it's going to ruin the... It's gonna ruin my ability to suspend belief and self-insert into that game. Instead, I'm just gonna be, like, annoyed. Because I'm thinking about how it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And I think one of those two things is bound to happen. Because finding the perfect golden ratio between those two problems and making a game that fits beautifully in between it's going to be so difficult. And I don't have a lot of faith or trust in Game Freak anymore. Like, is it possible for them to make a good game, specifically a good open world Pokemon game, where the entire setting is just one city? Yes, it's possible. But I think the chances of that happening are very, very low, which is why I'm not expecting it to be as good as the last Pokemon Legends game. My favorite thing is being able to knock out the Pokemon and still being able to catch them. I do agree with that. That was something that, like, even as a kid, when I was watching the Pokemon anime, I didn't fully understand. Because I'd be watching the Pokemon anime, and, like, Ash and Pikachu would completely annihilate some poor little bug Pokemon. Like, you would have, like, a Weedle crawling across the path, and just for existing, Ash would punish it by having Pikachu electrocute it to death. And then it would plop over, and its eyes would turn into little spirals, and it would be KO'd. And I would always think to myself, why can't they catch that Weedle while it's KO'd? Like, that would be the prime opportunity for you to catch the Pokemon. It's quite literally unconscious. It can't resist being caught in the Pokeball. However, I think there are, like, some lore implications, at least in the anime, as to why that wasn't allowed. Maybe it's about consent. You know, the Pokemon can't consent to being caught if it's unconscious, which is a great little teaching moment here on stream. People cannot consent if they're unconscious. Fun fact. Just in case we all weren't aware of that. Just a little reminder. Daily advice. But yeah. Oh, shoot. I don't know why I did that. But I am very excited now with this new Pokemon game that you can catch Pokemon if they are unconscious, if they are, you know, KO'd. I think that's going to make things a little bit easier. Maybe too easy. I don't know. I'm a hypocrite, I'll admit. I go back and forth between whether or not I like how easy the Pokemon games are getting versus if I don't like it. And I think it's situational, you know? It changes based on, like, what exactly they are adding to the game, what exactly they're updating. So, for example, like, I think EXP share. A lot of people complain about EXP share and how it's completely broken Pokemon as a franchise. The games are way too easy because of it, etc., etc. I don't see it that way. I think EXP share is actually really nice. I think that it's helped the game feel a lot faster in its pacing, and it's no longer such a slog to grind through a Pokemon game. Because in the past, you could only level up one Pokemon at a time, and therefore leveling up all your Pokemon took forever. Unless you were, like, really, really smart about how you did it. Now, with EXP share, all of the Pokemon in your party get XP, which kind of makes sense for like how a normal RPG works, and and that XP is split across who was actually used in battle. So like if your starter Pokemon is the one you used for the entire battle, they're going to get the majority of that XP, and then the rest of your Pokemon are only going to get a little bit. And I think that's fair. That makes sense. So an example like that is something where I think the Pokemon games have become easier, but I like that. I think that's a good change. Something I don't like of how easy the Pokemon games have become are items like the EXP candies from Sword and Shield. And again, I know I'm a little bit hypocritical because I did abuse the EXP candies. That's why I said at the beginning of this rant that I am hypocritical. But the EXP candies in Sword and Shield made leveling up a Pokemon, like, free. It was quite literally, go do a couple Gigantamax battles, get some EXP candy as a reward for defeating that Gigantamax Pokemon, and then use the EXP candy to level your Pokemon up like 20 times. You have a level 50 and you want it to be a level 70, you can do that in 3 easy steps. It'll take you 2 minutes. I think that's too easy and not a good change for the Pokemon franchise. So that's kind of how my opinion varies and how my opinion changes depending on the situation. And I admit, maybe that makes me a hypocrite, that I like some ways the Pokemon franchise is getting easier, but I don't like others. However, I genuinely just think that makes me, like, unbiased. I'm trying to be logical about the changes that are good and the changes that are bad. I don't know. I feel like if I just thought everything was good, I would be kind of riding Game Freak's dick. But if I thought everything was bad, then I'm a hater, and I'm not actually being honest with some of the positive changes they've made to the franchise recently. Now, as a diehard Pokemon fan, do I think there have been more negative changes than good changes? Yeah. Like, I think the Switch games are really, really questionable with the quality. Okay, that's fine. I'm not upset. I am a little upset, but it's all good. Are there any coins back here? No? What is the point of going back here then? That just wasted time. I was hoping maybe I could find some coins or something good. Maybe an item box. Shows you how little I remember about this course. This is a goated. Oh, I'm dead. Dude, the Bob-omb was like tracking me down. That was actually targeted. Alright. This is actually terrible. This is going terribly. I need... God dang it, that's karma. That's karma for hitting her with the banana. I hit her with the banana, she immediately fires a red shell into my skull. But hey, for once, a blue shell isn't gonna be targeted at us. Not our problem. Cool. That's something I tried to do in Red when I was a kid, but I couldn't figure out why it wasn't an option. That's actually really funny, Drac. Because like I said, I had the same exact thought. Like, I don't know. It just didn't make sense to me why it wasn't an option. Where am I going? Bro, what was that? I somehow dodged a red shell because of that, though. The red shell thought I went through the shortcut, and I didn't, so the red shell missed me. How does that happen? How did that actually benefit me? That should not have worked in my favor. That's so silly. Awesome. Switching to YouTube. Let me know how the YouTube live stream looks. I'm actually wildly curious, because, like, I don't know if there's anything you want to see improved. I don't know if it's, like, on par with the Twitch live stream. Because as it stands right now, sorry, mixed up my words, I have live streams on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. However, the TikTok live stream is a vertical live stream, so it looks a little bit different. But the Twitch and YouTube live stream are horizontal, so they look exactly the same, or at least they should on paper. So I'm curious if you're switching from Twitch to YouTube, how it looks. Let me know if there's like anything glaringly incorrect. Hopefully not. I mean, this is only like my 3rd time ever streaming on YouTube, so if something is no way. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, if there's anything like really, really wrong, let me know and I'll try to fix it. Because I'm still very new to live streaming on YouTube and I'm trying to work out the kinks. I'm trying to figure out what my kinks are. Sorry. My bad. Dude, I actually love this course. I love a good spooky course in Mario Kart. I love the more haunted theme tracks. And this is actually a really good one. I really, really like it. It's not my favorite. I think my favorite is Boo Lake, because I love the concept of like a haunted lake. But this is up there. I really, really like this track. And I guess I'm actually thinking about it now. Sorry. I know I just went silent for a second, but it's because I was thinking, if we count Wario Shipyard as like a spooky track, that would actually be my favorite haunted course. But I don't know if I'd count Wario Shipyard, because like the only thing that really makes it spooky is that it takes place during a thunderstorm and there's like dry bones fish swimming in the water. So like skeleton fish are in the water. But like otherwise, it's not an inherently spooky track. I just think Wario Shipyard is like one of the best tracks ever made. And every time a game would come out, or a DLC update would come out, I was shocked that Wario Shipyard was not added to that game as a retro course. So for example, when Mario Kart 8 came out, I thought for sure Wario Shipyard was going to be one of the tracks playable. And then when they released DLC for Mario Kart 8, I thought for sure Wario Shipyard would be in the DLC. And then they remastered Mario Kart 8 for the Switch. So when Mario Kart 8 Deluxe came out, I was expecting them to maybe add some new tracks. They didn't. So once again, it got snubbed. And then they added a ton of DLC to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. They added 48 brand new tracks. Well, brand new is maybe not the best wording, because they were almost all retro tracks with a couple exceptions. But anyways, they added 48 DLC tracks to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and Wario Shipyard was not included in that group. And once again, I was astonished. I was like, how is this phenomenal course not being included in the DLC? And then Mario Kart Tour came out on mobile devices, and it wasn't available there either. And for all of these years, since it was originally released for the 3DS and Mario Kart 7, I've just been constantly confused where Wario Shipyard is. Because, like I said, I think that is maybe the best track that Mario Kart 7 introduced. It is the best 3DS Mario Kart track. I love Wario Shipyard. Maybe I'm just fangirling. I don't know, but I really, really love Wario Shipyard. I think that's a underrated course. So, like I said, I am extremely excited to see it return with Mario Kart World. Because it deserves it. It deserves the recognition. Baby zombies and ride on cats in Minecraft? I'll be so honest, I have no clue what that means. Are you implying that baby zombies should be able to ride on top of cats in Minecraft? Because if so, I agree. I'm also really sad the lightning hit us when it did, because I lost my mushroom, which I was going to use for a shortcut. Bit of a bummer. Bit of a bummer. That's okay, though. It's still a good track. I remember this was actually my roommate Brian's favorite course in all of Mario Kart. Shout out Brian. I haven't talked to Brian in a hot minute. I gotta text him. Dude, I gotta text a lot of people now that I think about it. I'm so behind on like social media, my text messages, my DMs, to the point where I have across my message app as well as all of my social media apps where like I can get DM'd, I have 900 notifications waiting for me right now on my phone. 900 either text messages or DMs. And sure, maybe a couple of those notifications are like, someone commented on your post, but like, let's be real. I'm not that popular, so most of them are just like DMs. And it's gotten to this point where it's continued to snowball and snowball. Like, it started out with just 100 notifications. Then it was 200. Then it was 500. Now it's 900. Where, like, I would need an entire day just to catch up on my social life. Like, just to clear out all of those notifications. I would quite literally need, like, an 8-hour workday. I'd have to clock in for a shift of just messaging people back to catch up on these notifications. And truthfully, what a lot of my coworkers and friends have suggested I do is to just delete them all. Delete all 900 notifications and start fresh. And that's probably the best solution. Because right now I'm in this current state of like feeling very overwhelmed and letting it continue to snowball. But I feel like too much of an asshole if I just delete 900 messages. Like, I feel like a terrible person if I were to delete 900 messages and then just kind of restart my entire social life. Because surely there's at least 1 or 2 messages in there that were probably important, people I should be responding to, people that I haven't talked to in a while. I don't know where my bomb went. What just happened? I got hit by the red shell even though I had a bomb behind me. Okay. That was so weird. Anyways, yeah. I don't know. I just feel too bad deleting them all, even though I probably should. So, realistically, what I need to do one of these days, soon, is respond to all of my notifications in one day. Treat it like a shift at work. Clock in just to message people back. I don't know when that would be because I've been very busy lately and I'm going to continue to be very busy in these upcoming weeks with work. I was working overtime last week and I'm going to be working overtime probably again next week. The only week where I'm not working overtime would be this week. But I wanted to focus most of my time this week on like streaming and making content. But maybe I'll take a little bit of time for myself to respond to some messages, some notifications here and there. We'll see. Thank you for the likes on TikTok, by the way. I don't know. I feel so bad. And like, I'll have coworkers come up to me and be like, hey, I sent you something on Instagram yesterday. Why didn't you open it? And I'm like, join the club. I have 900 notifications right now. The odds of me seeing your message is 0%. Because I am so behind on all of my messages. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. It's okay though. I'm not upset. I'm just a little anxious. You can't tell. Anyways, thank you for the lurk as well on Twitch, Track. Thank you for the lurk. I'll check the Discord message from you in a second. Speaking of messages, add that to the tally of notifications, but at least this time I will remember to open your DM, Track. Promise. Also, random girl, I know you said you were watching on YouTube. I'm very curious how the YouTube stream looks right now. If you're still watching, I would love maybe a thumbs up, thumbs down. Does it look good? Okay, bad? Because like I said earlier, this is only my 3rd time ever streaming on YouTube. Like, I always stream on Twitch, always stream on TikTok. Those two go hand in hand. but I'm very new to streaming on YouTube. So let me know. Let me know how it looks. And if there's anything I need to change, I can try to fix it either tonight while we're still live. We can roleplay tech support, pretend to be technologically intelligent, which I am not. But, like I said, we can pretend to be tech support, or I'll just try to fix any glaring issues between this stream and the next one. Because, funnily enough, like I said, this is only my third time streaming on YouTube. The first 2 times, I don't think I had a single viewer, except for one guy who was just trolling me. Which, while funny, was not exactly helpful in figuring out if my stream looked good. Oh no, the blue shell. Okay, at least I made it on the platform. Oh my god, I was right on the cusp. I thought I was gonna fall into the void. How is second place right behind me, bro? He's on my ass. Actually right behind me. Don't love that. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Everything's fine. That was scary. He's right behind me. Why so scary? Anyways, I don't know. Alright. I sent you a picture of the YouTube stream. It looks fine. Oh, on Snapchat. Let me open that. Okay, I'm glad you think it looks fine. Are you watching on a projector? Why does it look like found footage? It looks like I'm streaming the Blair Witch Project. What is going on? Yes, I am watching on a projector. Bro, why are you watching my stream on a projector? I both love that, and I'm also a little terrified of that. It looks like a horror movie. I've never seen Mario Kart look so terrifying. That's crazy. My camera didn't pick it up very well. That's okay. Oh my god. I'm worried I'm gonna see like Slender Man in the background of my stream. Oh no, not the red shell. I was busy scratching my neck like a little addict. Oh, there's another one. At least we didn't fall off the map. That's okay. Take it. I use a projector because it takes up the whole wall instead of a 40-inch TV. Promise it looks better in person. No, I believe that. Just the picture you sent me was a little scary, I'll be honest. Like, and when you said you were gonna send me a picture of my own stream, I expected like a screenshot or maybe like a picture of your monitor. The last thing I expected was my live stream projected onto your wall. It just completely took me out. It was funny though. You know, it's actually kind of coincidental. I brought up the Blair Witch and like Slender Man when talking about the horror movies, because I've recently been watching a 133 long series on YouTube called Marble Hornets, and it is like insanely good. I don't even know how to describe how much I've fallen in love with this YouTube series. Like, it is so crazy good, especially... Where did my item go? We just got second place for the first time this live stream because my banana disappeared. I had a banana behind me, and the red shell just went through it. That was so weird. That's not the first time that's happened either. Not, I mean, am I surprised? No. Because, like I said, it's not the first time that's happened this stream, and it's also not the first time that's happened in this game. As someone who's played, like, hundreds of hours of this game, that is a common glitch. Yet it still astonishes me every time it happens. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I got a little distracted. So yeah, Marble Hornets is a YouTube series that was made about 15 years ago. At least that's when it started. The videos kind of span the course of a couple years. So like, I'm on the 100th video out of 133. Like, I'm over 2/3 of the way done. I'm almost there. And the videos I'm watching right now are like 13 years old. So, like I said, the series spans the course of a couple years of production, but is a 15-year-old YouTube series. And it is all about, like, Slender Man. And what's crazy is, like, on paper, it sounds kind of like a cringy fan project, but the more research I've been doing about Marble Hornets, the more astonished I am at, like, how groundbreaking it was. Because, like, Marble Hornets was Slender Man before Slender Man was a thing. Like, obviously the video game is what truly popularized Slender Man. That's what made it, like, mainstream. But this YouTube series was made before the video game. And it was, like, one of the first kind of popular, I guess, types of media to be produced about Slender Man. Outside of, like, the original creepypasta, of course. But, yeah, it's just really weird to see this YouTube series that was made 15 years ago about Slender Man, before the games were a thing, before the movie was a thing, which, by the way, that movie's fucking terrible, but whatever. And just how good this YouTube series is for being 15 years old. And like I said, kind of how groundbreaking it was, because it helped create Slender Man to be this popular cryptid. I don't know, it's really good. Hey, what's up, Bunny Ho? Not the rebrand? Yeah, I know. I had to kind of leave my Brat era right as having a Brat area. Oh my god, I'm having a stroke. Never mind. I'll go fuck myself. Oh, one sec. Alright, let's play catch-up. Let's play a little bit of catch-up. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. I had to leave my Brat era. Sad. Big sad. Why did I get a single mushroom in 12th place? Disrespectful as hell. Okay, that's better. That's much better. What was I saying, though? Oh, yeah. So I've been watching Marble Hornets, and it is so good. Like, I cannot believe that it has taken me 15 years to watch this YouTube series. Like, it's almost like a better found footage horror series than most found footage horror films made today with, like, $1 million budgets. It just creates this sense of unease and uncomfortability that, like, you can't really get from a horror production, from, like, a feature film, because when a feature film tries to do found footage, it comes across as disingenuous. It comes across as, like, fake, because you know that it's being recorded with, like, $1 million cameras and this crazy big budget. And even if they try to make it look like it was recorded on a camcorder, they can never really achieve that vibe. At least not perfectly. But what's nice about Marble Hornets is because it was recorded 15 years ago by, like, a YouTuber, it perfectly encapsulates that vibe. Like, they were using camcorders. Not only camcorders, but, like, cameras that recorded on tape. And the videos just look so realistic at certain points. It's insanely terrifying. Like, it shook me to my core at a couple points watching this, like, found footage series and seeing these shots of, like, I don't want to spoil anything really, but, like, just seeing some of the jump scares. Oh no, I just threw. Oh, we just threw. Maybe not. Maybe I can take the shortcut. I don't know. Like I said, I'm still not done with the series. I'm about 100 videos in, and there is 133 of them. I'm specifically... Oh, wow, I'm farther than I thought I was. I just checked. I'm at 112. Video number 112. So I've got 21 more videos to go before I'm finished with the series, but it has completely taken over my life. Like, yesterday, I wanted to, like, try and get some stuff done, maybe do some laundry. No. I spent like 5 hours watching Marble Hornets because all 133 YouTube videos combined, it's like 7 hours. So, yeah. Obviously I haven't finished the series yet, but even without finishing it, I already can say that it's something I would highly recommend, and it will probably go down as like one of my favorite pieces of YouTube content, which I feel like gets discredited a lot. Like, if a movie, short film, or like series is made on YouTube, it doesn't have the same legitimacy as like other pieces of content, but like this is insanely good, especially being 15 years old. Like, I don't know. I just think for me, like, if I were to say, like, hey, go watch this 15-year-old YouTube video to someone, I would expect their natural reaction to be like, oh, is it gonna be some stupid, like, meme? Or maybe, like, a cat video? Like, really, because what else was there on YouTube 15 years ago? And the fact that, like, this high-quality content existed a decade and a half ago is just crazy. It's crazy to me. I know I'm completely glazing it right now. I know I'm, like... I sound like I am the biggest fanboy, but it's because I kind of am. Slay the bagging techniques. Yeah, I wasn't intentionally bagging that last race. I just didn't really feel like pausing the game while I talked to my wife, so figured I'd let the CPUs get a bit of a head start, try to be fair towards them. Give them a chance, you know? Yeah. This is a little bit of spoilers about Marble Hornets as well, but it's not exactly in chronological order either. So, like, I'm watching the 7-hour series. I'm like 5 hours in, and I'm trying to put the pieces together in my head of, like, what happened when. And I already am thinking to myself, like, I need to rewatch this in chronological order. Because it's so good. I want to see that version. That timeline of events, almost. I probably won't do it back to back. Once I finish Marble Hornets, I'll maybe take a little break. Because, you know, after watching 7 hours of content, surprisingly, the first thing I want to do is not watch another 7 hours of content. Specifically, the same 7 hours of content. But maybe in like a couple months or a year, I'll go back and I'm going to rewatch this in chronological order. Because I think that would actually be a really cool way of viewing the content. I don't know. Okay. Got a bit of a head start here. Not bad. I'm just trying to continue to remind myself that even though we're on Bowser's Castle, which normally would be like one of the last tracks in the game, with the way this game is formatted, especially with its DLC, we still got a ways to go before we are done with all of the tracks. Strap in. It's gonna be a fun one. Got a blue shell coming for me as well. It's not ideal. Okay. But yeah. I don't know. If you can't tell, I've been very addicted to Marble Hornets on YouTube. Going back one topic though, I feel like something I didn't really get to finish talking about was Mario Kart World. So, while I am very, very excited for Mario Kart World and Nintendo Switch 2, there is one thing that I'm a little worried about, and it's the individual courses themselves, and like how they would play on their own. And I guess by proxy, also like how time trials is going to be affected, because I think the individual courses do not look that good. And it's not entirely their fault. Like, they wanted the entire game to be open world, where all of the tracks could be connected to one another. That way, you can play any track in any order, and the whole gimmick is like you race from one track to another. So at the end of a race, it doesn't take you to a menu screen. You continue racing from the end of that race to the beginning of the next one. And there's like a road that takes you between the two. Or sometimes like almost like a sky highway from some of the footage I've seen, where you're gliding between two tracks. And there's probably like underwater sections or like rivers that connect tracks. And while I think that's really cool, I think it's really, really cool that every Mario Kart track is connected in this upcoming game. And no matter which track you play, and no matter which track comes after it, you will drive from the end of that first track to the beginning of the next one. And there's no cutscene or there's no menu screen in between the two. I think that's really cool. I also love how it's integrated with open world. So you can explore the entire world of Mario Kart. That's why the game is called Mario Kart World. I realize I'm sounding a little redundant, but that's okay. You can explore the entire open world, and you can find all of the tracks in that world. That's also cool. That's also really cool. Didn't they change the underwater boat mechanic? Yeah, they did, which is also going to be really weird for bringing back certain tracks. So, like, it makes sense in, I guess, the example I just gave, where they're going to be racing, potentially, like, on an ocean or a river connecting two tracks. And I guess that makes sense. You would want to be on top of the water for that. It's fine. I just feel like sometimes in my life, I'm just brought... Ain't no way you stole that fucking item from me. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. They did, in fact, remove that aspect of the game. And I think it's helpful in connecting all the tracks together, but where it's not helpful is remastering courses. So, for example, I talked a little bit earlier about how they're going to remake Wario Shipyard. And, like, Wario Shipyard is an amazing track. But part of the reason it's amazing is because, like, a good portion of the track is underwater. It's underneath the shipyard. And if you just get rid of that section, or you make all of that now above water, kind of removes what made it originally such a good course. I don't know. This was an entirely unplanned kind of side rant, but it is a good point to bring up in the chat. Like, how are they going to remake classic tracks from Mario Kart 7 and Mario Kart 8 that incorporate underwater? Like, even most basic tracks have an underwater section. Like, I don't know. Sweet Sweet Canyon, for example. Yeah, every track, really. There's at least a little bit of underwater in most tracks. Anyways, I got sidetracked. My apologies. But that is a good point that I also am concerned about. I mean, my original rant was things that I'm worried about in Mario Kart World. And that is something I'm worried about. The easy answer would be that they just don't. Yeah, and I think for some tracks, that would be the easy way out, but it would also make the tracks look worse. Would Nintendo do that? Maybe, probably. I could definitely see Nintendo taking the easy way out. Listen, I went on like a whole 5-minute rant about how much I love Wario Shipyard earlier. And if I find out that they massacred my boy, they mutilated that track, I will be heartbroken. Because it's so good. And if they ruin it just because they don't want to go underwater, heart shattered. Fun fact. Anyways. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so while I love the open world concept of the game, and I love that all the tracks are connected, there has been a negative side effect that I've noticed as a result of such. And in watching some of the gameplay footage that Nintendo has put out themselves, as well as footage from people who have gone and play tested it at some of the hands-on events, most of the tracks look really boring. They all kind of look like they're kind of designed in a straight line or like a circle. Like, all of the layouts for almost all of the courses that we've been able to see firsthand, they look the same. And it makes me worry that while the game itself is taking a step in the right direction, and the game itself is advancing with cool open world, additions, and having all of the tracks intermingle, like, I think that it's a great way of furthering the franchise. The individual courses might be suffering as a result. And, if that's the case, it's a bit of a bummer, bit of an unlucky trade-off. I'm still going to hope that the game is great. I still think the game can be great, but I'm worried. Yeah, I'm worried. I really hope they have something so that the underwater tracks still exist. Same here. Because, like I said, I think, like, some of my favorite tracks of all time have heavy influence on the underwater section of that course. I mean, some of the best tracks they added with the DLC booster packs for this game had heavy influence of underwater sections. Like, the, why can I never remember it? It's the entire track that takes place, like, in a bathroom, where you start out in, like, a sink, and then you go down the drain, and, like, I don't know, I think that's really cool, but none of that would be able to exist in Mario Kart World if they're not gonna let you go underwater. The worst looking one is easily the mashup of, like, all the NES, SNES tracks. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just really worried that the individual tracks are gonna suffer. And while we might be talking about how good the game is in the future, with its single player mode and its knockout mode, or whatever they're calling it, I expect no one's gonna be ranking any Mario Kart World tracks in like the S tier upper echelon of like best Mario Kart tracks of all time. Like, I just don't expect us to get a Coconut Mall or a Waluigi's Pinball out of this game, because from what we've seen so far, none of the tracks have even tried to come close to that level of complexity, design, and just like raw, I don't know, joy that they give me. And I you know, how can you expect to have that same level of fun that you would on Coconut Mall with a Mario Kart World track that is a straight line? Like, it's not gonna happen. It's not even gonna come close to comparing to like a Coconut Mall or a Waluigi Pinball. Yeah. Squeaky Clean Sprint is the name of that track. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, like, that is an amazing original course that they made for the DLC. Because most of the DLC, while I'm not trying to say this in a bad way, I like the DLC they added to this game. Most of it was just retro tracks or Mario Kart Tour tracks. Like, they were either retro courses or they were courses that came straight out of a mobile game. Squeaky Clean Sprint was like an original track that I think looked really cool and like proved that they could still make good original courses. I'm starting to worry that might not continue to be the case in Mario Kart World. That trend might not continue. I don't know. We'll see. They probably won't have it on launch, but it'd be cool if they had like a course maker like other open world racers. That is an interesting idea I've never thought of. See, one idea I have had, which I could maybe see happening, is like the default world that the game is based in and around is probably going to be very basic, and the tracks in that main world are probably going to be very basic. But then I can see them adding like some DLC and stuff that like expands the game to other worlds that have a bit more open-ended design. Like, they could probably do a DLC where the entire world is in the sky. It's in the clouds. And then the tracks could be crazy because they don't have to be confined to the actual ground world. They don't have to be kind of subjected to the same rules and logic that would apply to the open world map itself. But again, that's a hunch. That's a hypothesis. I don't know if they'll actually go that route. I also, personally, love your hypothesis. Would they do that? I don't know, because that would be a lot of extra work. And as much as I love Nintendo games, I'm also well aware they don't love to go above and beyond sometimes. At least not lately. Excuse me. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not upset. Fun fact, and I've said this for years. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it, because I've always been saying it. This is disrespectful, first off, Baby Mario. Disrespectful. Anyways, something I've been saying for years, to the point where anyone who's ever watched my Mario Kart streams probably knows this. Worst track in the game. This is the worst track in the game. Not only are the physics busted, but it's not even a fun layout. Like, it's just a figure 8 design. How am I supposed to have fun when all I'm doing are taking left turn, left turn, left turn, right turn, right turn, right turn? Respectfully, this course could be erased from the collective memory of all of humanity. And I don't think I would care. It wouldn't change my life one bit. I'm on top of the car, bro. I hate it. I'm sick of it. Is that a controversial opinion? Maybe not. Though I know there are some people out there that love this track. And it's not even that they love this track. They just love Mario Kart 64. They're like 40 years old. They grew up playing Mario Kart 64 when they were in like college. In their cement dorm room that had no AC. The Nintendo 64 was the hip new console. And they think that every track that's ever come from it is S tier. Goated. Fun fact, there's only one, and it's Calamari Desert. Well, maybe a couple others, but mostly Calamari Desert. There's a lot of tracks in Mario Kart 64 that are far too boring to be regarded as like the cream of the crop. Anyways, now I'm just hating. I'm just hating because I was mad. I was a little mad. I got a little toxic. I'm sorry. That's on me. That's my bad. Oh yeah, I fully agree with your chat message about the DLC. Considering how successful the booster passes were, I expect them to do DLC, which is kind of why this is my like running theory, my main theory, a game theory, if you will. And that's the fact that we'll maybe get some more extravagant courses in the DLC, because the DLC might not be held to the same rules that the open world map will be held to. I don't know though. I could be wrong. And you're probably right. Most people probably think that that track isn't good. I just know a couple people in my life specifically who are like specifically such lovers of Mario Kart 64 to the point where like it's almost cringe, but I won't say that it is, because like at the same time I have a very strong bias for like the DS because I grew up with it, and the Wii because it's the Nintendo Wii. I just jumped over that red shell. That was amazing. So am I gonna call people cringe for thinking Mario Kart 64 is the best, probably just because they grew up playing an N64, because they're old? Sorry. No, that's not cringe. It's just, it's kind of how I feel like most gaming conversations go. Like, if you ask someone their favorite Pokemon game, their answer is probably just going to be the one they grew up with. Same here. My first Pokemon game was Pokemon Ruby, and it's always been one of my favorites. If you ask someone their favorite Mario Kart, it's probably just going to be the Mario Kart they grew up with. And that's okay. People are allowed to have that bias. I just sometimes think people are wrong. Like calling Mario Kart 64 the best Mario Kart. You're allowed to have that opinion, but you're also allowed to be wrong. Everyone is blind to Double Dash. I love Double Dash. I think my only problem with Double Dash and why I never like fell in love with it is I didn't grow up with it, first. And secondly, I am someone who, like, when I started playing video games, I didn't have anyone to play games with. Half because I didn't really play online games, nor did I have like a stable online connection growing up as a kid. But the other reason is just because like not a lot of my friends played the same games as me. So most of my video game experience growing up, most of my like video game life, for lack of a better word, was just playing games by myself. And when I got into Double Dash, there wasn't as much content in that game as there was in like Mario Kart DS, because there weren't retro courses. And one thing I loved about Mario Kart DS, and this might actually be a hot take, I loved the like missions in that game. I loved that you basically had a single player campaign in a Mario Kart game. But again, I can admit my bias. I can admit that I am very biased because Mario Kart DS was like the one I grew up with. However, that's just like kind of what made me happy when I was playing a game growing up. And it was whichever game had like the most content. And it didn't even have to be good content. I just didn't have anyone to play games with. And therefore, if I was going to play games by myself all the time, I wanted to get as much content and as much time out of those games. I think it's why I like placeboed myself growing up into loving JRPGs and RPGs. Like, when I tell people how much I love the Final Fantasy series, specifically like the fact that I've tried to 100% a couple Final Fantasy games, they think I'm crazy because like to 100% of Final Fantasy takes hundreds of hours, sometimes thousands of hours. And like most of that gameplay, most of those hours and hours of content, it's just grinding. It's just doing the same thing over and over again. And on paper, that's very boring. I can even admit, from an unbiased perspective, that's very boring. But when I was growing up as a kid, I loved that because it just meant that the game was going to last even longer. It meant that I had more video game to play before I had to either move on to the next one or buy a new one. And I was very broke growing up, so like I didn't really have the money to buy a new one. So if I could make a game like Final Fantasy last for 1,000 hours just to 100% it, then I was getting my bang for my buck. It was worth my money. Yeah. I don't know. Even today, I still kind of feel that way. I don't know. It's almost like I just Pavloved myself. I Pavloved myself as a kid to love grindy video games that I probably shouldn't. That's okay. At least I'm aware. I'm aware of what my red flags are. Beautiful. They even had a DLC for base Mario Kart 8. Oh yeah, like that's something I was talking about earlier too. Like, I wouldn't be shocked. I think the question is not whether there will be a DLC for Mario Kart World. The question is going to be if it'll be unlockable to Nintendo Switch Online members. Like, will NSO members get access to it? Or will they have to pay for it? Because, like, for example, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe DLC, I didn't have to pay for that. I just got that for free as a premium member of NSO. But if they start charging for the DLC, that's when I have to start making some business decisions, some financial decisions. Like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I did not get that DLC for free, and I was not going to pay for that DLC. Especially because I did not love Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I felt like the game was way too buggy, broken, and laggy upon release. And even though they fixed some of the bugs, they fixed some of the glitches, they didn't really fix the lag, but they fixed some stuff. And I would be remiss to say that the game hasn't improved. It does look much better now than it did on launch. The game is still a mess. That game is still a mess. And I was not about to support that mess by spending money on DLC for it. That was almost crazy. I don't know how I stayed on the lip of that. stone there. I should have fell off the shortcut. Alright. No complaints from me. You know, I wish I could say that I only fell off the map because I was reading chat, but that was definitely on me. I hope so, but considering the pricing of the game itself, yeah, the game is already so expensive. That is a great point. I don't know if they would make the DLC accessible to NSO members or not. And at that point, like I said, I don't know if I would get the DLC. Like, I would like to think that I would get the DLC, because Mario Kart is like one of my favorite games of all time. But it's got to be worth it. The game's got to be good enough, and the DLC has got to be good enough. Like, they got to give me some of the best tracks ever. It's got to be the best of the best. And actually, it's funny I say that, because that's what I thought Mario Kart on the Switch 2 was going to be originally. I thought it was going to be the best of the best. It's something I've hypothesized on stream for years. I thought that when the Nintendo Switch 2 got released, an easy launch title for the game, or sorry, an easy launch title for the system would be a Mario Kart game that's just like the best courses of all time. You can call like Mario Kart All-Stars. The same way they've made Mario All-Stars, Mario 3D All-Stars. And it would just be taking, you know, 5, 6, maybe at max 8 tracks from every Mario Kart game and remastering them in HD for the Switch 2. Making the graphics look as good as the Switch 2 will allow it to look. I'm surprised they didn't go that route, because I feel like that would have been a lot easier, a lot less work, and it would have been a crazy cash grab. Also, somehow didn't say this throughout the entire stream, but thank you for the sub on YouTube, by the way. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe my hypothesis still has some legs. Maybe once we're like 4, 5, 6 years into the Switch 2's lifespan, and they're looking to make another Mario Kart game, they're probably less likely to make another original Mario Kart game on the Switch 2. And sure, they could put out DLC for Mario Kart World, but if they want to make some money, maybe they'll do a Mario Kart All-Stars, a best of the best. I could really see it happening. The only way I see them doing that is like for an anniversary game or something, maybe. I don't know though. I don't know why. I just could definitely see it being something they do. Especially with the trend of like how Smash Ultimate was basically like Smash All-Stars, but maybe less All-Stars and more everyone is here. Your favorite character is some niche Smash character that everyone forgot about? Don't worry, you can play as them in Ultimate. Like, I don't know. That does bring up a good point, though. When would the next kind of anniversary type year be for Mario Kart? Whether it be a, anniversary that ends in a 5 or a 0. So that's probably the only time they would ever do that. Might look it up after this track. Oh my god, why am I running into the wall? I mean, I was trying to avoid the banana, and I did avoid the banana, but I swung that drift way too wide and just smacked into the wall. Okay. I'll be honest, this is probably not the best kart setup to commit to for live stream where we're playing every track in the game, because this card setup is not that great. It just looks cool, which is why I like it. Like, I could have definitely picked a better, like, setup for Yoshi, but all of the other setups, they just kind of look cringe. Like, the meta cart layouts are a little cringe. Okay. So Mario Kart released in 1992. That's when the original Mario Kart came out on the SNES. So, technically then, like 35-year anniversary would be in 2027. Do I think that they would put out a Mario Kart game in 2027 though, after releasing one in 2025? Probably not. Also, you just posted that in the chat. I don't know why I wasted time looking it up. Where am I going? Oh no. What am I doing? Yeah, I don't know why I looked it up myself. When 2 seconds later you put it in the chat. That's my bad. That's on me. Yeah. So like 2027, it might be too early. But then we'd have to wait to 2032 for the 40th anniversary. Oh my god, where am I going? Bro, I'm all over the place this race. I'm just driving like a menace. I don't know. Maybe there's a chance we would get it in 2032. Because it took them 8 years to go from the Switch 1 to the Switch 2. So, if we're following that logic, which is admittedly flawed logic, but let's just go down that logic for a second. It's probably going to take them 8 years to go from the Switch 2 to the Switch 3. So we wouldn't get the Switch 3 until 2033. Again, very flawed logic. The odds of the timelines being the same are slim to none, because COVID was a thing, and had a couple economic crises happen, but let's just play pretend. If the Switch 3 comes out in like 2033, then I could maybe see in 2032 them putting out a Mario Kart All-Stars as like a cash grab to keep the Switch 2 alive, to keep the money flowing in, and to keep investors happy in that what would normally be a very boring year before the Switch 3 comes out. Maybe. I don't know. I'm doing all of these mental gymnastics for a hypothetical that will probably never happen. And that hypothetical is them making a Mario Kart All-Stars. But it's still fun to think about. It's very fun to think about. Yeah, maybe. And you know, if they release it in 1992, 40 years would be kind of like a big number. So then, yeah, if they... I don't know. I'm going crazy, if you can't tell. And you know, following that same timeline, if they released it in 2032, I said? Yeah, 2032. In 2033, 1 year later, when the Switch 3 comes out, they could make a Switch 3 version of it and make people pay like $30 for an upgrade pass, the same way they're doing for Switch 1 games right now. So, big game, big brain, big game. I'm thinking about the shareholders right now. I'm thinking about stocks. I should be on the Nintendo development team. I'm also surprised that they haven't really ever done like a Mario Kart Anniversary type thing before. at least nothing to the extent of, like, putting out a full-length game as a celebration. Because, like, as we've talked about, there have been Mario anniversaries, and there's even been, like, little Pokemon anniversary games here and there. Now those aren't as impressive. Those have kind of missed the mark, but there's still been a lot of other anniversary titles for other franchises. And the fact that the Mario Kart franchise hasn't gotten its own is insanely shocking, considering how popular this franchise is, how much money this franchise brings them. I don't know. They do love to release big games at the end of a console's life. Yeah. I mean, like I said, they need to try to keep that money rolling in during the transition period between the end of one and the beginning of the next console. And I think they're handling that transition period very well with the Switch, especially with those upgrade passes, or whatever they're called, for the Switch. And I know a lot of people are actually complaining about how you have to pay to upgrade your Switch 1 game to a Switch 2 game. But to me, the way that they've rolled this out and the way that they've done it just makes sense. Like, a lot of the games are adding content to the original. So, like, the Kirby game, for example, people are complaining they're going to have to pay for it to upgrade their Switch 1 game that they already purchased to the Switch 2 version. But you're getting, like, an entire new world of levels to play. So you're not necessarily paying for the graphic update. Thank you. You're paying for the DLC almost. Meanwhile, a game like Breath of the Wild, which is not adding any new content, it is entirely free to upgrade. You're getting those better graphics with the Switch 2 console for free if you already own the Switch 1 version of the game. And for someone like me, who does already own the Switch 1 version of the game, I'm actually kind of happy with that. I think that's, like, the good ending that we could have gotten versus the bad ending where, like, they go the route most AAA companies are going nowadays, where, you know, Naughty Dog has released The Last of Us like 3 different times, and each time you have to pay for it again. You want to play The Last of Us Part 1 remastered, HD, triple deluxe, also a little bit of fucking furry porn in there. Like, you want all that? You want to play The Last of Us for a 5th time? Another $60, please. That's insane to me. It's insane that, like, just for a slight graphical upgrade to my zombie video game, I have to buy it all over again. I think in comparison to that, Nintendo is phenomenal. And, you know, I don't know, maybe people just want to live in this, like, utopia where they get to upgrade their Switch 1 games to Switch 2 games for free and get the DLC for free. And sure, I would love to live in that utopia for real, but, like, let's bring it back down to earth. Let's act like we're in the reality that we are, and maybe have a bit of sense about ourselves. Like, Nintendo would never put out DLC for free. So again, I think that it's, I don't know, maybe I'm being too much of a Nintendo fanboy, but I think it's phenomenal that we get upgrades to games for free, and you only have to pay for those upgrades if a game is adding content like a DLC. So Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, those Switch 2 upgrades, I'm going to play them probably within the first couple weeks of getting my system, and I am getting my system day one, so you can expect those live streams to be within the next month. But like, I get to play those upgraded games for free, and if I want to play, Kirby on the Switch too, then sure, I'll pay for the DLC. But like, the graphical upgrades are at the very least like nice. It's appreciated. I don't know. I think people will just want a reason to be mad, which is kind of true with a lot of things about the Switch too. Bit of a bummer. Okay. Speaking of just goated Mario Kart tracks, we were talking earlier about how like Coconut Mall and Waluigi's Pinball are some of the best Mario Kart tracks of all time. TikTok Clock is another greatest of all time. And it actually makes me a little sad that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe had so many amazing retro courses, because they oftentimes don't like to repeat the same retro tracks in back-to-back games. And therefore, because we got Coconut Mall, Waluigi's Pinball, TikTok Clock, we got all of those tracks in this game, the likelihood of us getting those tracks in Mario Kart World are probably slim to none, but that's okay. There are still some really, really good tracks that have never been remastered. Like, and I know I already said it, but like, I think just getting Wario Shipyard is a win on its own. But there are some other really good tracks that haven't been remastered. After this race, I'll look it up. I have a list written down somewhere on my computer. Somewhere in, like, my notes folder. No. That was so... Oh, that last second red shell almost got me. It was crazy. Okay. I know I have a list somewhere on my computer, but it might just be quicker if I Google it. See, I Googled this list, and technically, they're right. But also technically, they're not. Okay. We'll look through it here. So, just to give you an idea of some tracks that have never... No, because this list is out of date. This list has Rosalina's Ice World on it, but that was remade for the Booster Course Pass. Maybe they just never updated this article. Okay, whatever. Anyways, I think there are some really, really good tracks that have never been remastered, they've never been brought back as like a retro course, that deserve to be brought back as a retro course. And I'm going to try to read some of these off while actively playing this race as well. We're going to try to dual monitor Piranha Plant Slide and this article. Hold up. Maybe if I move it to the middle monitor and make it easier so I'm not going between the left and right monitor, shaking my head back and forth like a crazy person. From the SNES, there are a couple that haven't been brought back, but I think the one that sticks out the most to me, because there's actually a lot from the SNES that haven't been remastered if you don't count Mario Kart Super Circuit. Koopa Beach 1 sticks out to me like a sore thumb, because I think it would look so pretty in HD graphics. The entire track is, you're basically just racing along a sandbar in the middle of the ocean. And I think that would look amazing in HD graphics. Just creating a little sand island in the middle of the ocean that you're racing around. it could look like gorgeous. Maybe a little liminal, maybe a little scary. It might give off liminal vibes, but oh, what did I just do? Press the wrong button. But yeah. Sorry, choking on my own breath. Hold up. I gotta try to play catch up here. Just started choking and now I'm actively falling behind in this race. That was clean. Clean. Anyways. I'll make this easier on myself because I'm trying to like play the video game and read from my other monitor at the same time. I'll pick one course. That's how I'll make this easier on myself. I'm gonna pick one course from every Mario Kart game that has never gotten a remaster that definitely deserves a remaster. For example, SNES Koopa Beach 1. I already said it, but I think it would look beautiful in HD graphics. Like, some people might think it's going to look too simple, but I think that's the beauty of it. Just racing on a sandbar in the middle of the ocean is such a fun, simple aesthetic that you don't really see in Mario Kart much anymore. Like, most ocean-themed tracks have to be like a water park or some like evil Kraken's lair. No, I just want to race on a small little island in the middle of nowhere. The middle of like the Pacific Ocean. From the N64, there's only one option of a track that hasn't been brought back, and that's Wario Stadium. And we know that it is being brought back with Mario Kart Tour, or World. Sorry. For some reason, I keep mixing up those two names, because when the game first got announced on the Switch 2, like during that first ever launch trailer that they put up on YouTube, I thought the name of the game was Mario Kart World Tour. Anyways, Wario Stadium is already going to be remastered for Mario Kart World. We know it, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. So like, there's not much point in talking about it. For the GBA, there's a couple that have not been remastered yet. I'm going to go with a hot take here, actually. I think the one I would like to see the most is Cheap Cheap Island, because it had a lot of insane shortcuts. And do I think that they would bring those game-breaking shortcuts back? No. But I love Cheap Cheap Island for the game-breaking shortcuts. If I had to go with a realistic answer, maybe Lakeside Park, because I love the Riverside Park remaster on Mario Kart Deluxe, and I think a Lakeside Park remaster would also go hard. I don't know. I love a lot of the GBA tracks, though. I'm one of the few people that actually has a soft spot for Mario Kart Super Circuit and doesn't think it's like a bottom of the barrel Mario Kart game. I love that game. For the GameCube, I think the obvious answer is Wario Coliseum. How has Wario Coliseum never been remastered? I do not know. It's like a mystery. It's one of those anomalies in our universe that will never be explained. I don't get it. For the DS, you don't have a lot to pick from. You don't have a lot to pick from at all, really. However, of the slim pickings, I'm going to go with Bowser's Castle. DS Bowser's Castle is actually one of my favorite Bowser's Castles of all time. Not only because the music slaps, but I also love the different elements that you drive through in the castle. It's amazing. Love it to death. On the Wii, what have we not gotten from the Wii? Oh, the default answer would be Toad's Factory, but Toad's Factory is coming back from Mario Kart World. So, to give an answer that has never been remade, or at least to our knowledge, has not been remade yet, I might also say Bowser's Castle, but to mix it up, Dry Dry Ruins. Dry Dry Ruins is really fun. I love the gimmick of how the temple is like filling up with more and more sand each lap, or I guess it's maybe a pyramid, not a temple. I don't know. Could go either way. As a white man, I'm not going to make that decision, but love Dry Ruins. And then for the 3DS, we have a lot to choose from, because it's one of the newest games, and therefore, if it wasn't remade for Mario Kart Deluxe, it's never been remade. Ever. But, I think Shy Guy Bazaar, or Bazaar, however you pronounce that, is a top-tier, underrated course. And therefore, should definitely see a remaster sooner rather than later. Also, this is a default answer, but both Woohoo Loop and Maku Woohoo should be remastered. 100%. I don't care if, like, Wii Sports Resort is no longer in the mainstream. I don't care if it's fallen out of, like, public cognizance. Sorry, that's the more, I guess, appropriate word. I don't care if those tracks aren't really popular as much as they used to be, because Wii Sports Resort is not as popular as it used to be. I still think they're amazing courses. Oh no. The red shells almost canceled each other out. They almost literally almost ran right into each other. That was crazy. So yeah, that's one track, at least, from every game that has never been remastered that I think deserves to be remastered. Also, I'll fully admit, while I was reading that article, I was not reading the chat. So, let me catch up on chat messages. You remember when Mario... Nope, that's not the right word. Do you remember when Minecraft... I read your message and just assumed you were talking about Mario. Because the words started with the letter M and we're playing Mario Kart. Do you remember when Minecraft had charcoal torches? I'm gonna be honest, I feel like you're trying to have like a Berenstain Bears moment, or like a Fruit of the Loom moment, which, by the way, Fruit of the Loom, they just lie. They really are trying to, like, lie for attention. I hate it when a woman lies for attention. Sorry. I don't know where that came from. But Fruit of the Loom is straight up just lying for attention. Trying to be like, oh, there was never a cornucopia in our logo. Bitch, it's on record. It's on record that there was a cornucopia in your logo. Anyways. I will be honest. I'm not really having that Berenstain Bears or like Fruit of the Loom type moment here with you. I'm not trying to disagree with you. I'm not trying to leave you out to dry. I just can't really relate. And I've been playing Minecraft for a while, but I do not remember charcoal torches. At least, I don't remember charcoal I don't remember them ever being different than regular torches. Hey, what's up, Sean? How you doing? Thank you for the likes on TikTok. No, I do not remember charcoal torches in Minecraft ever being a different item than regular torches. They always just made the same thing. Maybe I'm the crazy one. I don't know. I will fully agree with you. Dry Ruins is underrated. Dude. Dry Ruins is... It's like the definition of underrated. It's an underdog track that no one talks about enough. And it's amazing. It's one of the best Mario Kart tracks in Mario Kart Wii. Okay. If I'm not getting blue shelled, I'm getting lightning. Can I just drive without interruption? Please. I beg of you. Oh my god. Sorry. I don't know what that sounded like on my microphone, but I just had the hiccups, and it sounded like I was a pug struggling to take a breath of air. Like a dog whose snout is far too small. Smushed in. It's a problem I always have when I live stream, though. I think it's a combination of the fact that I'm sitting down for so long, and also I usually live stream after I eat dinner, and therefore I think I just naturally get the hiccups after eating food. Maybe that's crazy. Maybe I'm just placeboing myself. I don't know. It's honestly one of my favorite tracks on the Wii, and I feel insane when no one brings it up. No, I 100% agree with you. I think like the way the like wall riding mechanics work with it as well would go perfectly with anti-grav. Like you could use anti-grav to be driving up and down the walls of the pyramid, and it would just be so much fun as a remastered course. Similar to Wario Shipyard, like I am shocked it never... I just got sniped out of midair. That was insane. That red shell grew wings. It grew wings and just flew up to my body to knock me out of the air. Anyways. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Similar to like how I feel about Wario Shipyard on the 3DS, I am shocked that no one ever really talks about Dry Dry Ruins. Because like, when I played Mario Kart 7, Wario Shipyard was my favorite track. And then when I would like talk about it online, or talk about it with my friends, no one else seemed to care. No one else had that same admiration for Wario Shipyard that I did. So I can relate, especially because Dry Dry Ruins is a good course. Like, a very good course. Unlucky. Okay. Beautiful. Not bad. Cool. Alright. How long do we have left? I feel like this is going to take a hot minute. Because we're not even halfway there. This might take a hot minute. We still got the entire booster course passes to go through. Or booster pass courses. I don't know, man. The name for the DLC in this game is way too long. I always mispronounce it. And when they first announced the DLC for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I constantly got confused as to like what it was actually called. Booster Course Pass Track DLC. Also, I just tried to go for a 200cc shortcut in 150cc. I'm going insane. I'm losing my mind. Little fun fact of the day. Just ever so slowly losing my mind. I will say though, I'm very happy we're doing this live stream tonight. It's like... it's oddly satisfying and fulfilling. Because as I said at the beginning, like, I wanted this stream to kind of be an ode to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. A send-off before the new game comes out, and I probably spend most of my time playing that game. Obviously, I don't think I would ever stop playing this game. This game has a very special place in my heart. I've spent hundreds of hours in it. I used to speedrun this game. It's one of the only video games I've ever attempted to speedrun. I've never really been much of a speedrunner ever. Like, even when I tried to speedrun, like, games that weren't Mario Kart. So, for example, like, I tried to speedrun Mario Bros. 3 a couple times in the past, and every time I did so, my times would be, like, in the 400s. Like, it was so far down the leaderboard, it wasn't even worth mentioning. So, speedrunning's just never really been a hobby I've pursued, because it's not something I'm that great at. And that's not to say that, like, you shouldn't do something if you're not good at it. I feel like that's a bad, it's a bad kind of mentality to promote. That's not what I'm trying to promote here. with this topic. It's more that, like, I tried, and it wasn't for me. That is fair. I don't think you should instantly give up on something if you're bad at it, but if you try and try and try, and you're actually putting in effort, and you're still not that good, maybe find a different hobby, find a different passion. And for me, that was speedrunning. But one of the few games I was good at speedrunning was Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, because it wasn't really speedrunning, it was just drive fast. Drive fast, have good handling of your cart, and take the most efficient lines with each course. And while I am nowhere near my prime, if anything, my skills have very quickly fallen off. It still brings me a lot of, like, pride. Looking back at, like, the glory days of when I was hitting world records and, like, top 3 times. I was just watching one of my older YouTube videos where I got, like, 3rd place time in the world, because it was a video I made, like, in tandem with my wife, and she was heavily featured in the video, and it was, like, fun. I don't know, it was cute. But, like I said, half of the video was, like, me with my wife playing the game, and then the other half of the video was, like, me getting a 3rd place speedrun. And I watched it back, and I'm like, I actually, you know, was kind of good at this game. And it just makes me remember the good old days, you know? Makes me nostalgic for the past. And I think, like I said, that is a very strong reason as to why I would never just completely abandon this video game. Even though Mario Kart World is coming out soon, and that'll be my new fling for a while, probably. That'll be my new main relationship. You never forget your first. And Mario Kart 8 Deluxe will probably still be a side chick for me. Sorry, this is a terrible analogy. But yeah, I don't know. This game is, like, been kind of a decade worth of content for me. Not just content, but, like, gameplay. Especially if you factor in the Wii U release, when it was just Mario Kart 8, and it wasn't quite deluxe yet. Like, I've been playing this game for over 10 years. And it's had an impact on my life for over a decade, which is a crazy thing to say about any video game, let alone a Mario Kart. So, yeah, I don't think I'm ready to give up on this game just yet. However, once June 5th rolls around, I don't think you're going to see a live stream of this game for a while. It's going to be a bunch of Mario Kart World live streams, baby. That was disrespectful, bro. The game is punishing me for my abandonment. Excuse me, Tanuki. God dang it, I missed the coin because of you. Goodbye. There's something else I wanted to talk about, and I cut myself off, but I was literally just about to start another topic for the stream. It's something I really, really wanted to talk about this stream. And I cut myself off. Oh, yeah, sorry. Like, I'm glad I am doing this stream, just in general, because with this live stream, I can always look back and, like, have reference. Not just that, but, like, footage of me playing the entire game in one sitting. And that's not only important because, you know, the new Mario Kart's going to come out soon and this game will be kind of put on the shelf for a bit, but it's also important because I've never done that before. I've never played all 96 courses in this game in one sitting. Like, this is a first for me, and it's something I always wanted to do, so the fact that I'm finally getting it done before Mario Kart World comes out, it's a big deal, because I don't know if I would have done it after Mario Kart World comes out. Therefore, I'm just trying to, I don't know, I guess check something off my content creation bucket list, my Mario Kart bucket list, and both of them. The blue shells, the lightnings. I can't catch a break. It's unlucky. I will say, though, going back one topic, specifically discussing which tracks they may or may not remaster for Mario Kart World, I'm intrigued to see how many of them are going to come from Mario Kart 7 and Mario Kart 8. Because, like, those are the two games that have... Well, Mario Kart 8, it's kind of unfair to say, but those are the two games that have been least represented as remasters. Mario Kart 7, because it's the newest to be remastered, and Mario Kart 8, because it's never been remastered. It's the current game in the franchise. So, with Mario Kart World coming out, I would assume that there would be a higher number of Mario Kart 7 and Mario Kart 8 tracks. Like, those would be represented a little bit more in the retro courses they do. That scared the fuck out of me. I did get primed. Holy shit. That fucking jump scared me because I haven't had a sub in so long. I forgot what the notification sounded like. Oh my god. It doesn't help that it's like the Ninetales cry from Pokemon Ruby. So it's super... it's super like retro. And it just sounds like very like 16-bit audio. It's almost like a retro jump scare. That made me actually jump. Oh my god. That was funny though. Crunch SFX, basically. No. It's fine. It's fine. We still are in first. Never mind. The second I said it, bro. There's no way. There's no way you've done this to me. Oh. Well, the blue shell's coming for you. As it should. The fireball and my green shell canceled each other out. Hold up, I'm focusing. I'm leaning into my gaming chair. I'm leaning into my monitor. My face is in the monitor. I'm eating the monitor. There we go, first place. Wasn't even worried. Okay, I think it's fine. I think we have 9 tracks left of the original courses. The original game, if you will. Let's see. What number is this? 39th, yes. Yeah, so we have 9 left. I think? Or 10. I can't do math. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. We have like 9 or 10 tracks left to play. I'm second-guessing myself on that math, but it's fine. And then once we're done with those, we move on to the DLC. And then we're officially at the halfway point. It's okay. I actually didn't want to take the shortcut. It's all good. Beautiful. No, yeah, that sub notification sound is what I would imagine it would be like if you drank a Prime. Because, like, I've never had one, alright? I'm not really in the business of supporting mid-energy drinks made by mid-YouTubers. That's not even a fair representation. I'm not in the business of supporting mid-energy drinks made by low-tier YouTubers. Um, but I imagine if you did drink a Prime, it would taste like that sound, and also short-circuit your brain the way that sound did to me. Like one sip in, and you've already kind of fried your neurons. What do you want, Inkling Boy? I wish I could just kind of pull out, like... Oh no. I didn't even finish talking shit, and the game punished me. No, whenever I see Inkling in this game, it just makes me wish that I could pull out, like, a 52 gal, like, that just heavy pistol from Splatoon, and shoot him right in the face with it. Blow that kid's head smooth off. I also don't remember if that was a pistol or not. I just know it was a very heavy weapon that was not like a shotgun type weapon. Maybe it was. I don't know. I just know it was like, I don't know. It was short range, but I don't think it was like supposed to be a shotgun, which is why I think it was a pistol. I could be wrong. I don't know, man. As someone who played countless hours of Splatoon, I remember nothing about the game. It's like a psychosis for me. And it's sad to say that because I actually really, really like Splatoon. I just hate it playing it on a controller because, like, if I'm going to play a shooter game, I want keyboard and mouse. But I also hated Splatoon because I would have games... Should have took the shortcut. No, I also hated Splatoon because I would play a game and, like, I would pop off. I'd be on top of the world. And then I would lose because I was on a team of children who got a Nintendo Switch for, like, their 8th birthday. And they haven't developed the ability to, like, do addition or basic spelling. And they also somehow don't have eyes, ears, or a mouth. They don't have any of their senses yet. They were just, like, morons, for lack of a better word. And I hated losing games because of those types of teammates. But if they make a Splatoon for the Switch 2, or maybe like remake Splatoon 3 with better graphics, and they allow you to do mouse controls with the Switch 2 Joy-Cons, to me, that sounds like a dream. That sounds like everything I've ever wanted in a Splatoon game. So, fingers crossed for that. I would actually really, really like that. Okay. I have 11k channel points. I could play a different sound. You know, it's funny you say that. I've actually been meaning to start adding some new channel rewards to my account now that I'm back to being active on stream. You know, I took like a 3-month break, but now that I'm back, might as well add some new stuff to the rewards system. But not only do I... Oh my god. Oh my... Dude. Okay. I need to focus. This is what happens when I play the game a little too casually. I start driving into walls. I almost got second place. That was terrible. But yeah, not only do I want to add different points that you can use to be rewarded for, but I also want to do like events. So for example, I want to do an event where like everyone can pool their points together. I haven't decided how many points I want it to be yet because there are some people on my channel who have like 200,000. I know Melon Wizard has 100,000. And I'm not saying that I want to take away their points specifically, but I do kind of want a reset. Like, I took my multi-month long break from streaming. I was gone for a couple months, and now that I'm back, I kind of want to reset the channel points. Which means the people who have, like, 6 figures worth of channel points, I would like them to kind of come back down to earth like the rest of the chat. and be on even playing field with the rest of the chat. However, I'm not just gonna steal people's channel points. I'm not gonna make them give them up for nothing. That'd be mean. So, an idea I had is I could make a reward, like a 12-hour live stream, or maybe like a 14-hour live stream. And to, you know, unlock the 12-hour live stream, people would have to pool all of their points together, and as a group, the goal would maybe be like 50,000 or 100,000. That way, the people who have that number of points already could, on their own, pay for that, but I don't want like one person to pay for 100,000 points. I might lose this race, by the way. Just kidding. Just kidding. Channel points gambling stream? Totally, yeah. But yeah. I want to do like one of those types of events where everyone can put their points together for one purpose, and you actually get rewarded for spending your points. Like, and hopefully, if the price is high enough, the people who have 5k channel points or 6k channel points can be on an even playing field again. I think like I said, the easiest reward to give people that they would be willing to spend their channel points on is like a 12-hour live stream. I would like to do more. Don't get me wrong. Like, I've done longer live streams in the past. I think my longest live streams have been like 15, 16 hours. But the reason I don't think I would do longer than 12 is now that I'm streaming on YouTube, I can't do a live stream longer than 12 hours or YouTube will delete the stream. Which is one thing I hate about YouTube. But I, again, want to stream on as many places as possible to help with my channel growth. So streaming on YouTube is something that I think, overall, is a net positive. But one of the negatives is the fact that I can't do streams over 12 hours anymore. So yeah. I think it would just be like a 12-hour live stream. And hopefully, the people who have like 100,000 points, 200,000 points, would be the ones mostly footing the bill. Wink, wink. You know what I mean? They would be the ones primarily paying for that 12-hour live stream. Just again, so like everyone's on the same playing field. Because like, currently, the people who have 6k, or sorry, not 6k, the people who have 6 figures of channel points, like, there's no way I can make rewards that are fair for both them and like a viewer who's just watching for the first time ever. And granted, it's never going to be perfectly fair, but the imbalance of power in the channel points right now is crazy. Like we're on some communist shit right now, where the 1% have all the fucking money, and anyone who just joins the chat for the first time is lucky to get a loaf of bread. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame, and it's something I'm trying to fix. I somehow almost threw that bomb perfectly on top of my own head. It's crazy. You could always just pull the VOD from Twitch afterwards and upload it separately. I could, but it wouldn't go into the live stream folder on my YouTube channel. Like, it wouldn't be categorized as a live stream. And also, I'll just share my truth with you for a second. Like, I got a full-time job. I'm a married man. And until my wife and I buy our house, hopefully, next year, fingers crossed, I'm currently streaming in the bedroom. So, like, do I really want to piss my wife off for a 24-hour live stream? Probably not. Probably not. So, it's admittedly, and again, I'll share my truth. It's half because on YouTube you can't stream longer than 12 hours, and the other half of the reason that I am not going to stream for longer than 12 hours is because I don't really want to. So I'm using the first half as, like, an excuse. Now, maybe once my wife and I move into a house, like I said, fingers crossed, next year, it'll be a different story. Because my plan is to have an entire gaming room just for my stream set up in the house. So my live streams won't be as much of a bother to her, who's currently sleeping next to me. Like, she is passed out on the bed next to me right now, and it makes me feel bad that I'm even playing a game as casual and relaxing as Mario Kart. Because, like, sure, I'm not screaming into the mic, I'm not being obnoxiously loud, but it's still not an ideal sleeping situation for her, having to listen to me play Mario Kart right next to her. But yeah, once we get the house, I'll have my own streaming room, and then I can do a little bit more with my content. But for now, I'm just going to use the excuse that YouTube won't let me. And I'm going to run that excuse all the way to the bank. But, yeah, I don't know. I think a 12-hour live stream could be a good way to do a channel points goal. I don't remember what it's called. It's either a goal or an event. But it's basically, like I said, something where people can all work together with their channel points and all spend their points towards one common reward. I think that'd be fun. Honestly, it's something I've thought about for a while. The only reason it's never happened is because I took, like, a 3-month-long break from live streaming. But now that I'm back, maybe I'll set that up. I'll make some, like, fun graphics for it, because Twitch will give you, like, default graphics for those events, but I don't want to use the default graphics Twitch makes. I want to make my own graphics for that event. Where am I going? Oh my god. I'm really worried. I almost predicted it. That was crazy. I was about to say I'm really worried he's going to throw the red shell backwards. And before I could finish my sentence, he did in fact throw the red shell backwards. That was insane. I was trying to get him. You know what this is reminding me? This track is reminding me that, like, I never really finished Animal Crossing. Now, granted, there's not really an end to Animal Crossing, but the kind of concluded, I guess, ending, or I guess the way everyone has all agreed that you beat the game is by getting your island to 5 stars and paying off all your debt. Like, those are the two big things to say that you beat the game. And I didn't do either of those in Animal Crossing. My Animal Crossing island was just me taking out a ton of loans, never really repaying those loans. I had some cool little farms, and I had a cool little, like, park, for lack of a better word. It was like a little forested path with a nature trail, and I also set up, like, some playground decorations. So I had, like, a slide and some swings, and it was supposed to look like a park. So, like, my island was decorated, but it never got good enough to earn 5 stars. Furthermore, another thing I focused on in Animal Crossing was just finding all of the best villagers that I liked the most and inviting them to my island. So I think that's maybe why I never beat the game, because like for me, my definition of beating the game was getting the 10 villagers who I liked the most out of all 200 plus villagers in the game to live in my island. And I accomplished that at least. Of all 200, you know, however many villagers there are in the game, the 10 that I liked the absolute best all came to live on my island. And then once I did that, I stopped caring about the game. It's actually crazy how quickly after I had my island filled with 10 villagers, I stopped playing. Like, I got the 10 villagers I wanted on my Animal Crossing island. I probably stopped playing the same day and never have touched the game since. I've never once touched the game since then. But maybe Animal Crossing is just not for me. I don't know. Because it is a game you kind of have to, like, sink a ton of time into. And you play it, like, almost daily to get the most fulfillment out of it, at least. And that's just not something I'm really into. I think it would also kind of classify as like a life sim game, and I don't really care that much about life sim games. They can be fun, but it's just not my favorite genre. So I don't know, but anyways, I think an Animal Crossing on the Switch 2 could be a good time. I would play it for a couple months, and then once I felt satisfied with it, never played again. Same thing I did with this Animal Crossing on the Switch 1. Just up and abandon it one day. It's so funny. Dude. Something is wrong with me. It does make me feel bad though, because my Animal Crossing villagers have been trapped on that island for like over 2 years and have never seen the light of day. Like, it's the same vibe as like my Tamagotchi or my Nintendogs cartridge that I have on my DS. It's currently sitting up on my dresser. Like, I have a Nintendogs cartridge for the DS, and those dogs have been sitting in darkness for a decade. So has my Tamagotchi, and so have my Animal Crossing villagers. And will they ever see the light of day again? Probably not. Animal Crossing was a really good COVID game, but I don't think most people who started playing it played it much more beyond that. Yeah, that is actually a very succinct description of how the game panned out for me. Like, it was kind of ideal that it was released during COVID, because I remember, like, it was like almost at the exact same time, right? I remember I was gonna go buy it in stores, and either I couldn't because it was like right at the start of the shutdown, so GameStop wasn't open, or it was like shortly after the shutdown, and some stores were starting to slowly reopen their doors, but I still didn't want to like go out and leave my house and risk it, because I remember saying that in one of my first Animal Crossing live streams, and it's also a bit that I left in the YouTube video I uploaded of that live stream. I remember saying how I wanted to buy Animal Crossing physically because I like buying physical video games, but I couldn't because of COVID. And to your point in the chat, like, I think it was the perfect COVID game. Like, if it had come out at any other time, I probably would not have spent so much time playing it. I probably wouldn't have as many hours in the game as I do. And if anything, I'd probably feel less bad about the fact that I abandoned it, because I did sink like hundreds of hours into Animal Crossing just to up and abandon it. but it was still a very fun game, and it was kind of the perfect COVID game specifically. All right, how many do we have left? 5? I think we have 5 courses. Then we're at the halfway point. No, yes, 4. 2. I'm already going crazy. I'm already losing my grip on reality, and we're not even halfway through this challenge. I don't know if you can call this a challenge. We're just playing the video game. There's not really much to make it challenging, other than the length of the playthrough. But no, I'm not even halfway through this live stream, and I'm losing my sense of self. I'm losing my grip on reality. Oh my god. Something's wrong with me, bro. I think I might change up my cart. Might not change my character. I'll stick with Yoshi. Yoshi's the homie. But I might switch my cart, just because this cart is not the best. It has more, like, traction than handling. The handling is not very good. And I'd much prefer handling. I'd much prefer a boosted handling stat than, like, focusing most of my stat points on traction. I could care less about traction. Streetle Supremacy? It's not a terrible idea, but I kind of want a cart that's going to look good with Yoshi. That's why I picked this one, because it's, like, all white. I do love me, like, a monochromatic color design. Playing every course sounds like an easy thing, and then you remember there's 96 of them. Yep. That's why when I put out the stream schedule for today, which, by the way, for the first time ever in my life, I have a stream schedule. Which is kind of a crazy thing to admit, considering I've been live streaming for like 7-8 years, on and off. I think on and off is an important note there, because there's some times that I'll take month-long breaks, like I did recently. There's been other times where I take like a year-long break from streaming. Regardless, on and off, I've been live streaming for 7 or 8 years, and I've never had a stream schedule. I always just go live whenever I feel like it, at random. Which, admittedly, was not the best for my viewership, nor the retention of my viewers. Because expecting viewers to just show up at random when you're a small creator, it's asking a little bit too much. I am aware of that. So now, for the first time ever, I have a stream schedule. So people can at least have a bit of a warning of when I'm going to go live. They can plan ahead for said live streams instead of just waiting on my every beck and call of when I'm going to start a stream, waiting for me to randomly hit the go live button. Yeah, having the stream schedule, I think, is going to be a bit more helpful for not only the viewers, but also for myself, holding myself accountable. Because the amount of times I would just be like, don't feel like streaming today. It's far too many. I'd say like 25% of the time I wanted to live stream, I ended up just like going to bed early instead of actually streaming. Hopefully this will prevent that from happening as much, because I have a schedule that I'm supposed to, you know, stick to. Could always switch to orange Yoshi, that would still match. Ooh, that's a good idea. We can go check. We have finished the first 48. And now we can move on to Orange Yoshi. Okay. Let's see how it'll look. Okay. Orange Yoshi. Come here, my friend. The City Tripper looks really good with Orange Yoshi, I'm not gonna lie. That does look clean. And I like the Streetle. I used to use the Streetle in speedruns before it kind of fell out of the meta with the updates that, you know, they would put out. I feel like with each update, the Streetle got less and less meta for speedruns, but it's still good. What do I want to pair it with? Button tires are terrible, though. Roller's not bad, but it won't look as good. You know, I actually think the roller wheels match just enough. Because it matches the color of his shell and the little horns on his head. I can't think of a better word than horns. I know they're not really horns. We'll go with the roller. Mostly because I want to use the roller wheels, and I don't want to try to find a different cart combo that's like red in color just to match them. So I think it's passable. Obviously, we could have made a better cart combo with like all red, an all red cart, all red tires, and an all red Yoshi. But I do love the Streetle. Streetle is a very good cart, and we were just talking about Animal Crossing, so it would be fitting that we use the Streetle. Blue Yoshi matches your shirt. You're right about that one. I'll be honest, I don't even really like the color blue. Yet I own so much blue, like, clothing. Because, like, I'm a big fan of wearing jeans. I wear jeans, like, almost every day that I'm not at work. I have a ton of blue shirts. I have blue hats. I don't know why. It's very opposite of, like, what my favorite colors actually are. Also, Hollow Man, how are you today? It's wonderful to see you. Oh, I was trying to thread the needle between the two bananas. That was stupid. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, it's wonderful to see you, Hollow Man. Hopefully life is treating you well. I'll also be 100% honest, now that we're into the DLC booster course packs, whatever they're called, booster pass courses, booster track packs, sorry. Now that we're into the DLC for this game, some of these tracks I'm not going to play as well, because I don't have them memorized. For example, Paris Promenade. I don't have this track memorized. Partially because it's new, you know, DLC. The other reason I don't have it memorized is because I just don't like this track. I don't really care about Paris. I could care less about a track themed to Paris. So it's never really been a favorite for me. Like, some of the DLC courses I've played time and time again. Like Riverside Park. Love Riverside Park. I've played that a million times. But Paris Promenade, it's probably like the 5th time I've ever played that. So, there's going to be a couple of these that I just have not really played. Like, I mean, I kind of proved that earlier when I mentioned the fact that I couldn't even remember the name of Squeaky Clean Sprint. Or another one, I know there's a course in Shanghai, I think. Is it Shanghai or is it Beijing? There's a Chinese theme course that I've like not played at all. So some of those are going to be a little bit tricky for me because I'm basically going to be playing the course and reacting to it in real time. Like, sure, I've played it before, but the last time I played it was like probably over a year ago. I don't know. I'm good. My favorite color is blue, but clothing-wise, brown looks best to me. Brown actually is an underrated, like, fashion color, or clothing color, whatever you want to call it. Like, I feel like earth tones can go really hard. Like, some people look really, really good in earth tones. So I can see that. I can see that, my brother. How are you? I'm doing alright. I was a little sick over the weekend, which is a bit of a bummer. I mean, I had to work anyways, so it's not like me being sick affected my ability to live stream. It just affected my ability to focus while I was at work. Yeah. Currently, right now, with my work schedule, I'm working like every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So, for example, like I live streamed last Thursday, and then I was offline for several days in a row while I was busy at work. Which is why you haven't seen me since last Thursday. Oh wow, we're gonna lose this race. Oh my god, we might get like third. That was like 3 or 4 red shells back to back to back. That's crazy. That was so unlucky. You know, I'm gonna blame it on the fact that that track is terrible. That is like one of the most boring, bland Mario Kart tracks of all time. I don't know why they thought it was deserving of being brought back for the DLC. It's just a waste of a spot. Sorry to abruptly go silent, but I just got invited to play D&D. Gonna lurk in the meantime. Good luck. Hey, no worries, brother. Have fun with D&D. But you know, I can almost forgive them using Toad Circuit in the DLC because they followed it up with Choco Mountain, which is such a good course. Like, you go from one of the most boring, bland, pointless Mario Kart tracks of all time to a course that has heart, soul. It's got a personality, and the music is also just so good. Love Choco Mountain. And you know, there are some people who grew up with the Nintendo 64 who would tell you this is the best course of all time. Sorry. Bit of a full circle moment. I do love this music though. It gives off such a retro, nostalgic, like, aesthetic. I love it. Oh no, there's a blue shell. My brothers, I think we are dead. Thank you. I just want to sit on top of that double item box while I waited for the blue shell to come kill me. Oh my god, the lightning too? See, this is how second place caught up to me last race. That and a couple red shells on top of it. Beautiful. Not bad. Not too shabby. You know, this isn't entirely related to Mario Kart, but it's a similar topic. I've recently been trying to find some other, like, kart racing type games to play with people. Not necessarily kart racers, but, like, arcade racing games would maybe be a better way to describe it. Because I'm not someone who's very good at, like, racing sims, nor have I ever really gotten that deep into the racing sim rabbit hole. Like, I don't have a, you know, racing sim setup. I don't have the equipment nor the funding to do so. Why does this feel so fast? Sorry, I got a little distracted by my own topic of conversation because this track feels faster than 150cc right now. Am I crazy? Are we like... We're not playing on 200cc, I know that for sure. But this feels faster than 150. What's going on? Are we playing like 160cc? Maybe 170? What's happening? Anyways, yeah, so I've been trying to look into like some more kart racers or like arcade racers to play with friends. And I've put a handful of games on my Steam wishlist, but I'm still very curious if there's any suggestions people have in the chat of like which ones are good or not. Because obviously, like, I have a lot on my wishlist, but I'm also well aware that not all of the games on my wishlist right now are good games. For example, like, I have Nickelodeon Racers, or whatever it's called, like Slime Streak Racers. I don't care. The title of that game is pointless. It's just Nickelodeon Mario Kart. One game that I know looks terrible. It looks atrocious, but I still put it on my wish list as like a joke, was the DreamWorks kart racing game. I have Indie Karts on my wish list, which is like, it looks fun. It looks like, I don't know, like it has its own identity, which I like. Let me keep scrolling. What else do I have on my wish list? Oh, shoot. I was like, why can't I find any of the games on my wish list? It's because I was searching by discount. Sonic Team Racing, Sonic and Sega All-Star Racing. I also have Lego 2K Drive on there, mostly because it's a cross-platform game. So it's a racing game, sorry, that I could maybe play with a lot of my friends. Hot Wheels Unleashed 2, which I've heard a lot of good things about. Whether or not it would be worth the money, I don't know, but I've heard good things about Hot Wheels Unleashed 2. What else? Need for Speed Rivals. That's kind of starting to drift away from the kart racer genre and closer to like the arcade racing genre. I have Garfield Kart on my Steam wishlist. Couldn't tell you why. I don't think I'll ever actually buy the game. It's more as a meme. And yeah, there's a couple other games that I have on there. But I think what I'm mostly trying to focus on is like finding good multiplayer games that could also be cross-platform. Like, don't get me wrong, cross-platform is not a deal breaker, whether it is or isn't. But if the game is cross-platform, it's definitely a pro for me, because I want more games to play with my coworkers or friends who only have consoles, specifically like an Xbox or PlayStation, because I do not. I have a Switch and a PC, and that's it. I think one of the best options I found that looks like a good enough game and is cross-platform is Lego 2K Drive, because a lot of the games I just mentioned are not cross-platform. Like, Nickelodeon Kart is not cross-platform. So I don't know. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. I definitely want to find more arcade racing games to play with my friends, or more kart racing games like Mario Kart. Because, like, I'm already addicted to Mario Kart. Might as well find some other games to fall in love with and probably get addicted to, just like Mario Kart. Like, I know I already said it, but I've had a lot of people suggest Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 to me, and that's surprising, in my opinion. Like, I did not expect a Hot Wheels game to be good. However, from the footage I've watched, from the trailers online, and from the gameplay that I've seen like other YouTubers put out, it actually does look like a good game. However, I don't think it's cross-platform. At least I don't know for sure. But at the same time, like, if it was cross-platform, I feel like I would remember that and be excited about it. Like, all of my friends want me to play this game. If it was cross-platform, surely I would remember. And, like, that would be something that I would have saved away in my memory bank as, like, a positive about the game. But I don't think it is. Like, the game has a ton of other positives. Everyone seems to love it. It's apparently really fun to play. And it's got, like, a super silly, kind of quirky identity to it. Which, you know, again, cross-platform is not the deal breaker, so I'll play it, even if it isn't cross-platform. I think just having a game that's cross-platform would be a big plus for me right now in my life. I want more games to play with more of my friends. I'll be honest, this track is not that amazing. Like, this course doesn't blow me away, but it's still fun. Maybe it's just my Mario Kart DS bias. You know, we talked a lot earlier about how I have strong bias towards Mario Kart DS. Maybe that's why I like this track. I don't know. I could be crazy. I'm Googling something real quick, don't mind me. Alright. I love how the track layout is basically an F1 layout. Yeah, it's very unique in that way. I feel like a lot of Mario Kart tracks don't give off that vibe. Or, like, some of them do give off that vibe, and then there'll be, like, a random shortcut through the clouds that ruins the aesthetic. But that track is definitely fun. Speaking of tracks that I love this course. I think the only thing about it that makes me a little sad is how they kind of butchered it with the remaster. Like, this remake is somehow worse than the original Sky Garden. Like, Sky Garden on the Game Boy, top tier. Sky Garden on the DS, when it got a remaster for the DS, also amazing. This version of Sky Garden, it's kind of worse than both of the other ones. But I love the music. I think Sky Garden has a phenomenal soundtrack, specifically on the Game Boy. Like, the way they made that music just so beautifully flow on a Game Boy cartridge. Like, most Game Boy games, the soundtrack is crunch SFX, like we kind of talked about. It sounds very crunchy. It sounds difficult to listen to for long periods of time. But Sky Garden on Mario Kart Super Circuit, that soundtrack is beautiful for a Game Boy soundtrack. It's such a good OST. And it's also just a phenomenal track. The layout is top tier. It makes me a little sad that they butchered it a bit on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but that's fine. It's whatever. I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm not crying, you're crying. Anyways, Ninja Hideaway, this top tier course. This course is phenomenal. I'll be honest though, I still don't know the best like path to take on this track. I think it's to go up here on the first lap. Oh my god. Dude, I still have the hiccups, and you can tell because I'm still making like wheezing noises. I sound like a dying pug. Oh my god. Okay. Like I said, I don't know if that was the best route to take for lap 1, but it felt fast. It felt like a good route. For lap 2, we're going to take this upper section to start. Beautiful. We're getting lots of coins. Here, just to mix it up, let's go down. Let's just explore the entire track, shall we? Oh, okay, that's fine. I'm not upset. I want to go sightseeing. I want to explore everything we can on this track. And you know, if this is my last time playing this game, wipes tears away. Might as well take in the view, look at everything we can. We don't have an item to break that with. I would have broken the wood with a green shell or something if I had it, but I don't. Very unlucky. Oh, I didn't have enough height. I didn't got the speed to get up there. It's crazy. Okay. Cool. What a fun little track. I really do like that track. I think it's so, like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, it's just so special in all the different pathways you can go. Not a lot of Mario Kart tracks have that. At least it's not commonplace. Like, you have Yoshi Valley, which is kind of similar. But, I don't know. I wish they would do that more. Though, I feel like my wish will be granted in Mario Kart World, because that game is just full of alternate routes from what we've seen in the trailer footage and the pre-release gameplay. Every track apparently has like a million different paths you can take, which I'm very excited for. I don't know if it'll make it feel as special if every single track is like that. Like I was just saying, I think it feels special when it's like Ninja Hideaway or Yoshi Valley, because it's a gimmick that is used so rarely that it makes those two courses stand out in my mind. But if that's going to be something that they do with like every track in Mario Kart World, it stops being a gimmick and it stops being something that stands out, and it instead just kind of becomes commonplace, which is not a bad thing. It loses a little bit of its luster, I guess. If you can't tell, I have no clue what I'm doing on this track. This is one of these DLC courses that I've barely ever played, so I don't even know where I'm going. I'm just kind of following the arrows. I'm following the arrows and letting them guide me in the correct direction. Because if they weren't there, I would not know where to turn left, right, up, down, I don't know. I really and truly have no memory of ever playing this course. I know I definitely have, because I live streamed it when it came out. Like when the DLC released, I did a live stream every single time a new booster course pass came out. And I also did a live stream where I was playing the time trials challenges for all of these tracks. where you have to like beat a Nintendo employee's time trial ghost. So I've definitely played that New York track at least a couple times in my life, but I don't remember it. That felt like a brand new course for me. Felt like the first time I'd ever seen that track. Alright. This is just a classic. You know, sometimes classics are the best. Am I saying this track is the best? No. Nowhere close. But it is good. It's fun. However, I don't even think it's the best of the original SNES Mario Circuits. I think Mario Circuit 3 is way better than this one. Mario Circuit 4 that we're currently playing, it's mid. Mario Circuit 3? Now that's a good layout. I'm sorry, I got a little distracted. And I'm trying to pay attention now. Is there just like a weird trumpet noise in the background of this soundtrack? God dang it, it's hard to hear it now that I'm drunk by lightning. The soundtrack sounds distorted when you're lightninged. There is. Oh my god, I thought I was going crazy. So I'm like, why am I hearing like a weird trumpet horn, like blaring in my ears? It sounded like the angels of God were coming to take me. But it's just a weird, quiet, very, very unnoticeable trumpet in the background of the soundtrack. It is a part of this track's soundtrack. It's just like, it was tripping me up for a second, but it actually is a part of that course's soundtrack. Oh my god. It's crazy. Remember how we were talking about S-tier courses? Can I add you? Of course. Of course, of course. Actually, just give me one sec. There's my friend code. I'll even type it in the chat for you. Just to have a record of it. 462. Cool. There you go. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we were talking earlier about how, you know, Calamari Desert is an S-tier track. This is a top-tier Mario Kart track. And I think the way they remastered it for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe made it even better. Like, I love the way this track plays now. I think it's so much fun. Hold up, I'm gonna drive off the course for a sec. Okay. I had to take my hand off the controller to close one of my monitors. Hey, friend request. I will add you right after this course. I feel like I should probably focus. We are not playing very well right now because I'm not super focused. Oh, that was a mistake. Okay. I was kind of expecting him to throw the red shell backwards. That's okay. As long as we can stay ahead of second place here. He's right on my tail, though. Yeah, this is rough. Oh my god, I started drifting the wrong way. No way. Go away, you little freak. That was crazy. Let me add you real quick before I forget. Before I almost die again. Oh, I love the Kirby themed profile picture. I'm a sucker for Kirby though. I mean, as you can tell, my profile picture is also Kirby. Alright. Let's get it. How many more races do we have? How many races have we done tonight? Thank you for the likes on TikTok. I feel like I'm gonna lose my sanity by the end of this. So what we're like 60 races in? Oh man. 60 down, got 30 more to go. Ooh. I don't love that second place has a red shell. But the red shell can't hit me if I kill myself, apparently. Pro strats. Absolute pro strat. How are you doing tonight, Anthony? Good, glad to hear it. Are you getting to Switch 2? That should have been the first question I asked. I'm looking for more friends to add on Switch 2, when it comes out, of course. Because I feel like not many of my coworkers or like friends in real life are going to have the Switch 2, so I'm going to be very lonely. I'm going to feel very, very alone when the Switch 2 comes out. So I'm trying to find more people to play with, especially like on Mario Kart World. Super excited for that. I also am getting Rune Factory, and I might get Bravely Default. I mean, like, I said might. I'm definitely getting Bravely Default. I'm so excited for that game. Bravely Default looks so good. Do you play on Switch Lite? I play on just a regular Switch 1. I was about to pull it out of the dock to show you, and then I realized that would have like cut the stream off. Okay, my bad. That would have been the dumbest thing I've ever done. Just take my Switch off the dock to show you while I'm playing the Switch. The entire stream just cuts to black. No, yeah, I have a Switch Lite. I got it for my wife, specifically. So I bought her a Switch Lite, and then I have a Switch 1. It's just the regular Switch. It's not the OLED model. I actually got it when it first came out. So I bought the Switch 1 on day 1, and I plan on getting the Switch 2 also on day 1. Because I really, really want to live stream the Switch 2 on launch day. I'm very excited about that. Oh my god, I almost got smacked. Oh. It's funny you brought up the Switch Lite, actually, because that was something I wanted to talk about tonight, and I forgot to bring it up. I fully expect them to make, like, a Switch 2 Lite. Like, maybe I'm crazy, or maybe I'm a savant. Alright, maybe I'm predicting the future. But, like, I really, really expect them to make a Switch 2 Lite edition that you can just take everywhere with you. It'll go handheld. You won't have the dock. But, like, with a lot of Switch games, you don't need it, which is why the Switch Lite was such a success. And, like, my wife never plays with the Switch 2 in docked mode. Or, sorry, the Switch 1 in docked mode. Which is why I got her the Switch Lite. And she probably played the Switch 2 the same way. Like, I don't know, I could see it being like another easy cash grab for Nintendo. Nice way to kind of make the investors happy. Also, before I distract myself too much, can we talk about how beautiful this course is? Like, I'm normally not the biggest fan of Mario Kart Tour tracks. Maybe I'm a little stubborn, maybe I'm just a little mean. Alright? Maybe I'm hard to impress. And because of that, Mario Kart Tour is a game that I just never really loved, nor did I really like the tracks that came from Mario Kart Tour that much. But Sydney Sprint is so pretty. It's such a good looking course. I mean, look at that. The Opera Hall in the background. It's just gorgeous. What Mario game is it? Are you talking about... Sorry, I'm a little confused by your question. My apologies. I got distracted by how beautiful this track is. Yeah. Like I said earlier, a lot of the Mario Kart Tour tracks, you could care less about them, like Paris Promenade. But this one is pretty. I like this course. I was looking at the chat. Oh my god. I just looked away at the chat for 1 second, and then I'm driving into a building. Oh my gosh. No, there's a blue shell as well. Okay, that's fine. That's actually fine. The lightning is good, because if it was only the blue shell, that would have hit me and allowed second and third place to catch up to me. But the lightning hits everyone. So second and third place also got hit, and they didn't catch up. Almost through. That was almost a throw. Almost the biggest throw of my life. Also, I don't know if I said it or not, but thank you for the follow on TikTok, Anthony. I think I said that, but if I didn't, I'll say it again. And you know what? There's no harm in saying it twice. Follow so nice. I'll thank you twice. Sorry. Anyways. You know what? Hot take. Because I know a lot of people don't like this course. They think that this course is boring. Whatever. I love this track only for the music. Like, sure, the layout is a little boring. Whatever. I can admit that. It's not the most exciting racetrack to play on. But the music is so good, bro. I want to save this mushroom for the jump shortcut, actually. I could have used it back there for the earlier shortcut, but I want to use it right here for this shortcut. Yup. Oh my god, what a shortcut. And then all of my happiness and joy just gets ruined by the blue shell. Hey, thank you for the follow, Elaine. Thank you for the follow and the likes as well. I appreciate it. Dude, that shortcut was so cool. And the game just ruined my moment. It took away my special moment with the blue shell. That's actually disrespectful. It's fine. I'm not upset. I've never once been upset in my life, actually. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. But yeah, just listen to the music. Like, Mario Kart really knows how to make you feel something with its music. Not only that, but like, it can paint the picture so beautifully. Like, just with that song alone, you could imagine yourself in a snowy wonderland. You don't need to see the fact that you're racing on ice and snow. You don't need to see that it's a winter-themed level. All you need to do is listen to the music, and it makes you think of winter. Like, oh, it's so beautiful. Some of these Mario Kart soundtracks are, like, spot on. What's your favorite Mario character? Oh, that's a tough one. Bro. That's really tough. And I feel like it might change from video game to video game. Because, like, in Mario Kart, it's Kamek. Like, for sure. I'm not racing as Kamek right now, because he's better in 200cc, and that's why I love him so much. Because when I play 200cc, he's the GOAT. But that was a little awkward. It's fine. But I love Kamek. Just like Mario character in general, though. It might be Yoshi, which is why I'm playing as him right now. Because even though Yoshi isn't my favorite Mario Kart character, I love Yoshi as a character. I think Yoshi's so much fun. And he's also, like, a character that's reoccurring in so many games, which I think affects my choice. Because, like, sure, there's, like, some really quirky characters out there, but they appear in, like, one game and then never again. Meanwhile, Yoshi, like, you can play as Yoshi, or at least you can play with Yoshi in almost every Mario Kart game. Or Mario game. Or just, like, random games. Sorry. I might be not taking this as seriously as I should, because I keep driving off the map. Favorite track as a meme is Excitebike 200cc. Excitebike is actually really fun in 200cc, but it is definitely a meme because you're just getting so much airtime. Half of the race, like, time, half of your total time is going to be you flying in the air, which I think is very funny. I think my favorite track would probably be Mute City. Maybe Mute City. I love Mute City at 200cc. Because that's one of those tracks you're moving so fast that, like, a blue shell can't even catch up to you. As long as you don't hit a wall or you don't slow down, red shell doesn't hit you, like, Mute City, you can outrun a blue shell. It's crazy. I love it. Mine is Bowser. Bowser is a really good pick for a favorite character. Bowser would definitely be in, like, my top 3. And I'm not just saying that to say that. Like, I literally named my dog Bowser. So, like, I definitely am a big Bowser supporter. Now, like, the whole kidnapping thing with Princess Peach, I don't know if I necessarily support that. But as a character, I think Bowser's great. But no, that's definitely top 3 for me. I think it would probably go Yoshi, Bowser. Who else would be in the top 3? This is in no particular order. Well, Yoshi's probably number 1, but in no particular order. It would be like Yoshi, Bowser. Maybe Daisy. Maybe Daisy, because Daisy's kind of a badass. Like, no disrespect to Peach, but she just kind of gets kidnapped over and over again. And, like, at some point, you gotta fix your life. You gotta make some changes to better yourself and stop allowing that to happen. But, like, Daisy kicks ass. Like, love Daisy. I also am saying Daisy's the third and final choice for my top 3 because I used to use Daisy as my main character in both Mario Kart and Super Smash Bros. I don't really play with her much anymore in Mario Kart, but in Smash, I'll still main Daisy every once in a while. What about Donkey Kong? That's a good point. I think Donkey Kong would be in my top 5. But Donkey Kong, honestly, like, sometimes I consider Donkey Kong his own franchise. Like, the other day I was playing Donkey Kong Country with my dad, and, like, that game is so good, he deserves to be his own thing. It's such a good game. Thank you for the likes, by the way, Lane. Yeah, I will say, the best part of 200cc is just, like, breaking the map. It's not actually racing. It's not actually, like, trying to outrun people. It's just, like, flying through the air or, like, using little glitches to take shortcuts everywhere you can. Also, fun fact, I know I've played this course before, but I do not remember it. So I have no clue where I'm going right now. I have no clue where the heck we're going. If a right turn is coming up, if a left turn is coming up, I'm just going to try to follow the arrows and look down at the mini-map, see where the mini-map's taking me. No, you stole my items. That's so disrespectful. Can you at least use the red shell on him in front of you? Nope, I landed on it. Okay, I'm not upset. I'm just a little disappointed, Toadette. I thought we were closer than that. It's fine. Listen, I would actually not be upset if I knew where I was going, but I have no clue where I'm going right now. I'm just following Toadette. Oh, okay, that blue shell's for you, actually. Not for me. You can have that. That's all you. Thank you. Goodbye. What city are we even in right now? Oh god, I looked at the chat. I looked at the chat and ran into a wall. Yeah, I don't even know what city this is supposed to be based off of. Is this London? Maybe this is London. That might have been like the London Eye. A giant Ferris wheel in London. Okay, I need to start taking this seriously. Kill that guy. I just murdered that boy. And we'll pass Toadette. Actually, no. Don't pass Toadette. You can have the blue shell, Toadette. No way I ran into it. I thought the... Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm not upset. If I keep telling myself that I'm not upset, maybe it'll come true. Maybe I'll believe it if I tell myself that. If I keep lying to myself, I'll believe it. Okay. This is no good. This is very no good. There's so many green shells. Oh my god. Oh yes, because I wanted a coin. Coin is what I need in this situation. I'm so stressed. Can you tell I have played that track like once? I played that track when they added it to the game with the DLC, and then never again. I have no clue where I was going. Have you seen the Mario movie? I have. I really like the Mario movie. I know a lot of people kind of were already giving it hate before it even came out because, you know, Chris Pratt was the voice of Mario, and like people weren't even giving it a chance. But I actually liked the Mario movie. Now, granted, do I think it was like the best video game movie of all time? No. But it was like... It was a good, fun film. And I think that's an important difference. It's like... There are films that are like made to be super serious, and like the cinematography is on point, and they're supposed to make you think, you know? But most of the time, movies are just supposed to be like fun. It's supposed to be entertainment. And honestly, that's how like 90% of video game movies are. They're just supposed to be fun, not supposed to be taken too seriously. And I think Mario movie did that perfectly. But again, I do think there are better video game movies out there. Like, you know, I'd go as far as to say, now that it's been a trilogy, the Sonic movies are kind of underrated. Like, the first one on its own, it's fine. It's not that phenomenal. But all three movies together, I think it's kind of amazing. Like, the world that they've built up. What is going on right now? I just got lightninged, then blue shelled, then lightninged again. I'm getting just destroyed by items. I'm getting emotionally destroyed. But yeah, Mario movie, I think was good. I think it was better than people made it out to be. A lot of people just said it wasn't gonna be good. A lot of people didn't give it a chance. I thought it was good. Actually, speaking of like video game movies, I thought the Mario movie was better than the Minecraft movie. The Minecraft movie was also fine, but I thought there were a lot of weird decisions made with it that maybe I didn't understand. It's like when I talked about it with a friend, apparently some of the things they did, or some of the references they made, or like storylines that they decided to go with, were taken from the Minecraft Dungeons game and the Minecraft Legends game. And I've never played Minecraft Dungeons and Minecraft Legends, so maybe that's why I didn't understand some of the decisions they made. But also, like, to me it feels strange why you would make a Minecraft movie and have such heavy inspiration come from Minecraft Dungeons and Minecraft Legends. Two games which are vastly less popular than just default Minecraft. I don't know. So like there were a couple times throughout the movie where I watched something happen, I'm like, that's like not something that would happen in Minecraft. And my friend would be like, oh, it's because it's from Minecraft Dungeons. Okay. My bad for not playing Minecraft Dungeons, I guess. But also, like, most people have played Minecraft, but not Minecraft Dungeons. I don't know. Now I'm going on a rant about the Minecraft movie. I still like the Minecraft movie. Like, I still think the Minecraft movie was good. I just was a little confused sometimes. And then having my friend be like, oh, it's because it's from Minecraft Dungeons. Like, what? That didn't make me feel better. That just made me feel like an idiot for not playing Minecraft Dungeons. Anyways. Mario's better. That's a tough one. That's a tough argument. Mario versus Minecraft. I will say as a franchise, Mario's better. But it's tough to compare. Like a standalone sandbox game to a franchise. But I do think as a franchise, Mario's obviously better, because like the other Minecraft spin-off games are not as good, nor as consistent as like Mario games are. Are you gonna be live tomorrow? Probably not. There's a very small chance though, and that's why I didn't say no. Because normally my answer would just be yes or no. But I do have a couple friends who want to play games with me tomorrow. However, when I play games with like my real life friends, I normally don't want to just like force them to be on stream. So if my real life friends are okay with me streaming tomorrow when I play games with them, I'll go live. But if like they don't want to be on camera, then I won't go live. If that makes sense. Because I was gonna play games with like coworkers tomorrow. And like I said, I don't want to force my coworkers to have to be on stream if they don't want to. However, if I don't go live tomorrow, I will be live on Thursday. So 2 days from now. Because I'll be playing Minecraft on Thursday. Funnily enough. Coincidentally. We'll be playing Minecraft on Thursday. It's actually really funny considering we were just talking about it. The timing is on point. But if you're ever curious what my stream schedule is, I usually have it posted on Twitch, YouTube, and I might start posting it on like Twitter and Discord as well, just so my stream schedule is available in as many places as possible. The only reason I don't really post it to TikTok is because you can't really post pictures that well to TikTok. I mean, sure, I could make a TikTok, like, upload of a picture and put music behind it. but I feel like that's really lazy. Maybe I'll start... Actually, I just thought of a great idea in real time. I just had an epiphany. That was an amazing play. Oh my god. That was not my epiphany, but that was pretty freaking cool. Anyways, where am I going? I could start posting my stream schedule to my TikTok stories. Though not a lot of people watch TikTok stories, so would that matter? I don't know. I don't know how much of an impact that would have. But yeah, sorry, stream schedule is posted on most of my social medias, and I might start posting to TikTok on my stories. That's actually a really good idea that I only thought of right now. What kind of Mario games do you play? I have most of the Mario games. The ones I play the most, however, like the ones that I'm playing most frequently are like Mario Kart, and I'll also sometimes pick up like some of the older Mario games on the Wii, because I have a Wii emulator on my computer. Sorry, I stream my Nintendo Wii to my computer. I totally don't emulate it. You didn't hear that, Nintendo. I've never emulated anything in my life, Nintendo. Please don't kill me. Yeah. So, for example, when the Switch 2 comes out next month, I will be picking up my Switch 2 on launch day, and I will be playing Mario Kart World. So, I'm very excited to stream Mario Kart World here soon. So that's a Mario game I'll be playing a lot, but it kind of just depends. Like, if I beat a game, I won't come back to it for a while. So, for example, I beat Mario Odyssey, and I haven't played it a second time yet, but I might, especially if they make a Switch 2 like remaster with better graphics, maybe some bonus content. So yeah. What's the spinning wheel for? It's for certain like challenge live streams, so I don't have... I'm on top of this car. That was actually amazing. I kind of wanted to stay there. So I'm not doing a challenge live stream right now, but in the past I've done some live streams where like I spin the wheel and it picks a challenge that we have to do, or it picks the game we have to play. However, it's currently empty. It's barren because my stream tonight is just playing Mario Kart. Though I guess tonight's stream is kind of a challenge. I'm trying to play every track in the game, playing all 96 courses in this game. That in and of itself is a bit of a challenge. Yeah, I think one thing I want to use the wheel for a little bit more in the future is I might start putting like some random tasks to do on it. So like if I spin the wheel, it could say like eat a snack or drink water, or it could be something a little bit more difficult, like do 5 push-ups. So it doesn't always have to be like video game related. It could be related just to like stream content. But it's something I'm still trying to plan out. Haven't fully thought about it yet. Okay. That actually worked out really well because I was able to get another item box. Okay. Rude. The fire flower is not really cool. Not appreciated. Oh, I did not get the double item box. And I only got a coin out of that one. That's not great. I have no items to defend myself with. I'm running into walls. Alright, we need to focus, boys. This is not good. Okay. I feel like I almost threw. I almost threw that game away. Do you play Mario Tennis? I have played Mario Tennis. but I have not played Mario Tennis on the Switch. I played the older one. So if you're asking about the Switch one, I don't own that game yet. I've been meaning to get it. There's actually a couple of the Mario sports games I've been meaning to buy on Switch. Like, I also don't have Mario Super Strikers, or whatever the Switch version is called. The soccer game, for lack of a better word, or football, depending on where you're from. I don't have that game, and I also really, really want to buy that game. But the problem is, especially nowadays with how many games are coming out all the time, there are so many games I want to buy that I just don't have the money for all of them. So, it's so obnoxious. That's so unlucky. Anyways, to finish my rant, there's so many games I want to buy, and I obviously don't have enough money for all of them. So I've been trying to like pick and choose which games I actually get. And sadly, I haven't had the money for Mario Tennis yet. Like, the amount of games I have on my wish list is... it's concerning. I think across both Steam and my Nintendo Switch combined, I have like 300 games on my wish list. And whenever I do have like the money to get a new one, I'm usually looking at that list of 300 and trying to decide which one I want the most, which is a really tough decision to make. Picking like a favorite game out of 300 options that I want to buy. So sometimes like I'll pick a game that's on sale. Like if a game's 90% off, then I'm more likely to buy it, obviously. But what I should really do is I should start ranking the games on my wish list into like tiers. Like the top tier are games that I really, really want to buy, games I really should buy. And the bottom tier are like games I don't ever need unless they go on sale for like 90% off. Oh my gosh, the lightning, the blue shell. Everything is out to get me right now, and I got passed. Hold up. Excuse me. I didn't say you were allowed to pass me. Fun fact. Cool. Hated a lot of the Mario games on my old Switch. Which games did you not like? I'm curious. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some Mario games that I'm not a huge fan of. Like, what is it called? Hold on. I have it in my desk. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I was not a big fan of Mario 3D World. I like Bowser's Fury. I thought Bowser's Fury was like a fun little add-on. But I was not the biggest fan of Mario 3D World. I thought Mario 3D World was kind of bland compared to previous 3D Mario games, or just platforming games in general. Oh, don't send that backwards. Please, please don't send that backwards. Now don't send it forwards. God dang it. I couldn't win. There's nothing I could do there to save myself. Okay. I'll take that. That was actually really silly, but it worked out in my favor. Hey, I got someone with the fire span. I got 2 people with the fireballs. Oh my gosh, amazing. Not bad. Alright. I'm feeling good now. That just boosted my confidence. Amazing. Dang, they caught up to me already. How are you right behind me already? It's crazy. Okay. Another red shell. Super unlucky. We're still in first, though. That's all that matters. We're still in first. Another red shell, bro. This is rough. Okay. How about you take a red shell for once? You've thrown like 4 red shells my way. It's about time you take a red shell. Oh my gosh. Leave me alone, bro. Mario Tennis, Super Mario Party, Mario Kart, Paper Mario, Mario Golf. You know, Mario Golf is another game I haven't played yet either, and that actually looked like kind of fun. I don't know. I liked the idea of just racing to see who could finish a hole of golf first. So it's not a matter of how many strokes you take, but instead it was a matter of you swing your golf club and then you run to where the ball lands and then just hit it again. Be the first one to get in the hole. And it's just a race. I kind of liked that game mode. Or I liked the idea of it because I never actually got to play it. But it seemed fun. It seemed cool. I'm not a big fan of Mario Party games, though, I'll be honest. They just sometimes feel a little too random for me. Like, we were playing Mario Party on stream last year, and I had a game where I was playing so good. I, like, won all the mini games, I had the most stars, and I lost the game because of the bonus stars. And, like, it made me so upset that I just did not want to play again. At least not on stream. I'll still sometimes play Mario Party off stream with like my family or my friends. But man, the amount of luck that gets involved with Mario Party sometimes is like crazy, and I am not a lucky person. So I'm usually on the short end of the stick. God. I don't think we're gonna get an item box unless I go down to the ground. I was doing a little bit too much there. I was doing a little bit too much. Beautiful. Okay. Alright. Not bad. Oh man, my earbuds are starting to hurt my ear because they've been in my ears for like 3.5 hours. Oh boy. I just needed to like fix them for a sec. See, this is the problem with streaming games on Nintendo Switch though. Is I use one headset for the Switch, and then one headset for my computer sounds. So specifically, my headset that I'm wearing right now is playing the Switch music, and then the earbuds that I have in my ear for my computer sounds in case someone follows me, I can hear the notification, or like something like that. Anyways, but having 2 sets of headphones on, eventually it starts to like hurt my ears, specifically the inline earbuds. My ears start to get a little sore. I'll be honest, I remember this track a little bit. Like, I've played Amsterdam before, but I have like no clue where I'm going still. Like, I don't remember this underwater sewer section. Lucky. How did that not... How is he still immune? There's no way his iframes were still up. Like, how are the invincibility frames protecting him? I don't understand. That's fine. Oh, his red shell got blocked by the trolley. That's actually hilarious. If you're streaming through OBS, you could always have... Oh, let me read this message after the race. Just driving into a wall. I have a feeling I know what you're about to say, and you're probably right. If you're streaming through OBS, you can always set up audio monitoring to send it through your headphones. I'm not mad that you're right. I'm mad that I didn't think about it. Well, to be fair, it's something I tried to do in the past. However, I only recently got a new capture card. My old capture card was very dated. It was super, super old. And because it was so old, it was made like years before the Nintendo Switch came out. And therefore, it wasn't really made to capture the Nintendo Switch. And it had all of these problems. And one of which was that audio monitoring problem. So I kind of forgot about it as an option. Now that I have this new capture card, I have continued to forget to try it. Give me 1 second, actually. I'm going to try it right now. Properties. Okay. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Hear it in those. We're going to be tech support in the middle of my stream. Yeah. Yeah, that fixed my problem. That works. That actually works. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to unplug my headphones then. Or unplug my earbuds. My apologies. So my audio might cut out for a second. Okay, give me 1 sec. Monitor and output. Yeah, that fixed my issue. Thank you for your help in the chat. Sorry, but I need to go to bed. No worries, Anthony. No worries. Have a nice night. Thank you for showing up to the stream. I cannot believe the solution was that simple. But thank you for fixing my problem in the chat. Again, I'm not mad at you for suggesting it. I'm mad at myself for not thinking about it. Because I knew that solution existed. But I just forgot about it. I just genuinely forgot. Okay, let's see how this sounds. Actually, a really good test would be if because I want to maybe fix the audio levels. Does it sound any more quiet? It sounds more quiet for me, but that just might be because I'm listening to it on my headset now instead of my earbuds. I've never blown out of the map there. I've never just sent myself flying out of the map in that spot. That was crazy. I figured it out because I wanted to stream my consoles to Discord. Yeah, that's smart. That's very smart. And I should have known that because I've streamed my Nintendo Switch on Discord before. What is wrong with me? I just genuinely forgot. Like, I have no other excuse besides bad memory. Okay. Well, hopefully the audio sounds good for you guys right now. Sounds fine for me. Just to do one final test, after this race, I'm going to play a little song from my computer. Just to compare how the computer audio sounds to the Switch audio. Let me go to... let me open up my music folder. My music folder doesn't even actually have music in it. It's just a lot of, like, sound effects. For example, the Mega Man 2 intro. Play? Is it gonna play? There we go. Okay. Yeah, it sounds fine. I think it sounds fine, actually. Audio's not too imbalanced between computer audio and Switch audio. And plus, the Switch audio is, like, naturally super loud. So I try to keep it at a lower volume than my computer. Because I want, like, for example, a Twitch notification, if someone follows me, to be louder than the Switch so you can actually hear it. But because the Switch is so loud by default, I have it kind of turned down. Yeah. Okay. And, like, worst case, I can always turn my Switch up a little bit more. Let me know if it's too loud, too quiet, but I think, at least for my preferences, it sounds fine right now. I need to stop looking at the chat when I'm driving right next to a pit of darkness and despair. Just fell down the mountain. Oh my god. Something is wrong with me. Cool. Alright, well, for the rest of the stream, we're just going to play with one set of headphones instead of two. I don't have to wear the inline earbuds anymore. Might be a tad quiet, but it's honestly fine. Okay. Worst case, I can turn it up. And honestly, I'll probably play around with the audio settings again when the Switch 2 comes out. So, subject to change. I wanted to try to go for the gap skip, but then the lightning hit us. And I definitely was not able to hit that shortcut while lightning. Super unlucky. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. We'll try for it on this third lap here. Also, my dog is asleep on my bed. And he's just, like, upside down. Like, he looks like a dead spider. On his back, his arms and legs curled up into the air. Bro is fully deceased. And good for him, honestly. I wish. Oh, I didn't even go for the gap skip. I got so distracted by my dog, I forgot about the gap skip. That's awkward. Not the big deal. Not the biggest deal, I should say. We still got first. I can definitely feel the, like, drowsiness setting in as we are now past midnight. It's okay, though. I'm committed. We don't have that many tracks left, either. What? We're on 28. So we got 20 left. I said we don't have that many. There's 20 left. But hey, compared to the fact that we started this challenge with 96, 20 is not that many. Also, I'm getting a little distracted by the fact that someone called the Diddy family just joined my live on TikTok. I don't want any part of Diddy's family watching my TikTok stream. Bro's watching the stream from his jail cell. It's crazy. Awesome. We got the shortcut at least. Sorry, I'm laughing at my own stupid Diddy joke. I kind of love this course, actually. I know this course is just complete fan service for people who like the Yoshi's Island series, but even though it's just fan service in the form of a Mario Kart track, I think this is a really good track. This is like top tier. Oh, I lost my coin. So sad. Beautiful. I normally don't hit that shortcut as consistently as I'm hitting it because it's so tricky to... It's so tricky to pop that question mark balloon. Pop that cherry, if you will. Sorry. It's getting late. It's getting late and I'm getting a little bit more unhinged. I'll try to get these last couple tracks done as quickly as possible. Start speedrunning these last 20 races just so I can go to bed. And I stop acting out. My apologies. Beautiful. Dude, the fact that I hit this shortcut all 3 laps, I'm actually kind of proud of myself. That's crazy. I can never hit that. Because that balloon moves in such a weird way. It, like, flies. And, like, a roller coaster pattern. But that was amazing. That was a generational race for me. I just rolled the years back and relived my prime. Back in my prime, boys. What is this? Is this Bangkok Byways? I think this is... Sorry, I still have the hiccups. I think this is Bangkok. Which, truthfully, a little unlucky that we got Bangkok right after I said I was going to stop acting unhinged. How am I supposed to act mature when we're racing on a track called Bangkok? Like, the jokes write themselves, bro. Oh my god, where am I going? Who? Are you kidding me? No way you just hit me with a fucking boomerang. You absolute twerp. That actually made me mad. Last thing I expected was a boomerang to come flying out of nowhere in that little hallway. I had nowhere to go. I couldn't run. I couldn't escape it. It was unfair. Got rid of the uncomfortable earbuds and immediately locks in. Bro, what's funny is you're not even, like, wrong. I know you probably meant it as a joke, but it's kind of the truth. The earbuds were starting to distract me. Cause, like, they're not good earbuds. I think I got them for like $5 off Amazon. So they're not shaped to the canal of your ear. They're just the normal kind of circular earbud shape. The problem with that shape, though, is after like 30 minutes, that's uncomfortable. And I've been wearing them bitches for 3.5 hours. So I was over it. I wanted to take those off as soon as possible. Honestly, the OBS suggestion, lifesaver. Because not only do my ears feel magical right now. They no longer feel uncomfortable. But moving forward, in future Nintendo Switch streams, I won't have to wear these like $5 earbuds I bought off Amazon. Because the whole reason I bought them was so I could hear my Switch and my computer at the same time. Now I don't gotta worry about that. Honestly, lifesaver. I'll be honest. Bit of a lifesaver. But now I don't know what to do with these $5 earbuds. I bought these $5 earbuds for nothing? Maybe I'll re-gift them to some. Come Christmas time, I'll like give them to one of my coworkers. A coworker I don't care about. Merry Christmas, here's $5 earbuds. I guess it is helpful to have in-ear headphones though. Like, especially because they're aux headphones. I don't have any other pairs of aux headphones. So having red shell? Are you gonna attack the person in front of you? Instead, it just went around the entire map. I guess it's going for 12th place. It's hunting down 12th place. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I don't have any other pairs of aux headphones. My headphones are like lightning headphones because I have an iPhone, so it's a lightning connection. Which, you know, annoying, but I guess it's not a bad thing to have an extra pair of aux headphones. I'd rather have a pair than not have a pair. But maybe that's greedy of me to say. Maybe that's the consumer in me. Oh no, blue shell. Unlucky. Punishing me for my pro-consumerism takes. Honestly deserved. You know, it is really hard for me to lock in though and try to speedrun these last 20 races when I'm getting lightning and blue shelled like 5 times every race. It also is a little difficult when I'm running into a fireball. Though I guess the fireball wouldn't have mattered because I got lightning right after. Both of them happened at practically the same time. So much so that I only took damage from one of them. The lightning didn't damage me. If anything, that was a big brain play, because the fireball is less time consuming, and it takes less damage, quote unquote, than the lightning. So I purposefully ran into the fireball, so I didn't have to take the longer delay of getting lightninged. It would have slowed me down even more if I let the lightning hit me, ran into the fireball, so I didn't let that happen. I'm just a savant. I'm just, you know, Raven Simone, predicting the future. Oh, this is a good track. This is a good one. Alright, stretch so I stay awake. Oh, please don't do that. Everything's fine. Okay. Almost a little scary, but we're fine. See, it would have been so easy for them to add Wario Coliseum because it has the same music as this one. Wario Coliseum and Waluigi Stadium, they both have the same soundtrack. So, like, they wouldn't even had to make a new soundtrack. It would have saved the audio engineer a lot of work. But no, they didn't add Wario Coliseum to this game because they're boring. They're a bunch of losers. I don't understand why Wario Coliseum has just been snubbed as a retro track in every game. Like, it's one of my favorite courses in Double Dash, alongside like Dino Chungle. That track is just so much fun. It's so much fun. What is that? Pause. Oh, that's a spider. There's a spider on my wall. Sorry. Oh, gross. Okay. It's crawling away from me, but if that spider gets any closer to me, I'm killing it. Bro. It's too late at night for me to deal with a spider right now. I don't have the mental capacity for this. I'm like 70 races deep. I definitely don't have the mental capacity to deal with a spider, but whatever. That lightning's super unlucky. God. Why does there have to be a spider on my wall right now? Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking turn of events. What's crazy is, like, I'm not afraid of most bugs. Like, I'll happily kill a lot of bugs, or if it's like a nice bug, I'll pick it up and put it outside. But something about spiders, and I think like the number of legs they have is what fucks me up, because I also hate centipedes. I think the more legs a creature has, the less likely I am to love it. You know what I mean? Like, love dogs. I'm a big dog person. They only have 4 legs. That's normal, natural, makes sense. Love my wife. My wife's great. She's asleep next to me on the bed. 2 legs. A spider? 8 legs? Fuck that. A centipede? Get the fuck out of here, dog. Nah. See, that's where I draw the line. No thank you. Too many legs. It's uncanny. Makes me viscerally upset. Are we in Singapore? Oh, this is so pretty. This is so pretty. Sorry. I still have the hiccups, bro. I've had the hiccups like all night. We've been live for 4 hours, and like 3 of them I've had the hiccups. I will say though, while I'm happy the spider went away from me, I also don't love the fact that I can't see it anymore. That makes me a little uncomfortable, that I don't know where the spider is. I want to save this item for a blue shell, but I'm worried I'm going to get lightninged and then just lose it. So I should use it while I have it. Especially, I should use the mushroom while I have the mushroom. Here, if I can catch up to first place, I'll use this on him, and then the mushroom for a shortcut. Goodbye, thank you. And then next time there's a shortcut, we'll use the mushroom to cut through it. Oh, never mind, we're gonna use the mushroom for the blue shell. Oh my god, double whammy. That was a beautiful play. 200 IQ. Esports. Oop, gotta turn left. Almost forgot. I was hyping myself up a little bit too much. That lightning's a bit unlucky. I thought about maybe going down to those item boxes, but I wanted to keep getting the speed in the air. I think we're fine. This is our last set of item boxes before the end, though. Oh, what a clutch save from the red shell. And I... Oh my god, I'm throwing. There's no way. We are gonna get second because of that. That's kind of an unavoidable one, though. I could have maybe still gotten first if I didn't hit the wall at the end. But the red shell combo, back-to-back red shells, when I only had 1 item to defend myself, means I'm gonna get hit by at least 1 of the 2 red shells. And a blue shell right at the end. That's just one of those moments where, like, Mario Kart decided your fate before the race even began. You got Mario Karted, kid. Rough. That's rough. Okay. Is this back-to-back Mario Kart Tour tracks? We went from Singapore to Greece? Is this Greece? Oh, yeah, this is Athens. I forget the name of the track, but it's Athens something. Most of them are like alliteration. For example, we had Berlin Byways, Paris Promenade, Singapore Sprint. I don't remember what this is called, though. Athens, Anus, I don't know. Can't remember. I mostly brought it up, sorry. I realized I said that like without any context. The reason I brought that up is because I was just shocked to see 2 Mario Kart Tour tracks back to back. Usually they spread them out a little bit. I forgot they had 2 back to back. It's called Athens Dash? Well, that's no fun. That's not even alliteration. The fuck? Dude, Athens Dash is so boring. What? Singapore Speedway? You're so right. It's Singapore Speedway. Sydney Sprint is the one I was thinking of. That only proves my point further, though. All of the Mario Kart Tour tracks have, like, nice alliteration. A fun name. Fun little quirky track name. Athens Dash? You telling me they couldn't think of a racing word that started with the letter A? Literally. Took me 2 seconds to think of one. Athens Auxiliary. That one's maybe a little too big brain, though. I don't think the kids would understand that. Athens Attack is a better name. That's even better. Athens Ambush. Oh, that's good, especially considering you're in like the ruins of Athens. Athens Ambush would have been so fitting. Athens Dash is such a mid... Not even mid, it's just a bad name. Such a terrible name for that track. Oh my god. I just went right up underneath that Goomba, lifted up his skirt and gave him a little kiss. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. I'm only a little terrified. Sometimes I have these like moments of greatness, and it's like half skill, half luck. And that was one of them. Alright. Feeling good though. I love this track. This is another great track from the GameCube. Speaking of S-tier courses to come from Double Dash. Oof, okay. That's actually maybe for the better. The lightning and blue shell at the same time, so we only get hit by one of them. I'm okay with that. Especially after that last track a couple races ago where I got second place because all the items were stacking up one after the other. I'm okay with 2 items happening at the same time because we only get hit by one. New York also doesn't have an alliteration. What's the name for the New York track? I don't remember. It shows you how little I care about Mario Kart Tour and how little I've played the DLC in this game. It's called New York Minute. That's also a terrible name. What? What? Did they just forget that like N and M are 2 different letters? What is going on? That's a terrible name for a track. And I'll fully admit, my anti-Mario Kart Tour bias is in full effect here. I love nothing more than to rant and shit-talk Mario Kart Tour. That's just... I don't know. I also just don't like that course that much. But maybe that's just me. Because, like, I'm not a city person. I far prefer, like, being in a rural setting, or, like, suburbia even, to a city. I kind of hate going to a city and, like, exploring a city. For example, when my wife and I went to Canada, Toronto specifically, we were there for 3 days. The first day, we had just arrived, so we were kind of tired. Stayed mostly like in the hotel or around the hotel. Got food like at a restaurant close by. Second day, she wanted to go to the city. I went to an amusement park because I did not want to go to the city. And before anyone like calls me a bad husband, we were with other friends, so she had other people with her in the city. It's not like I told her, "Hey, go check out the city by yourself. Good luck. Stay safe." No, she had other people with her. I just wanted to go to the amusement park because I didn't like the city. I don't like cities in general. And then on day 3, we all went to the amusement park together. So I basically just got 2 days in the amusement park instead of 1, which was low-key a necessity because the amusement park I am referencing is called Canada's Wonderland, and they have 18 coasters. And I would have never been able to ride all of them in 1 day. Kind of needed 2 days to experience that entire park. It was fun. Canada's Wonderland was dope. That was a really cool park, though definitely a very top-heavy park. What I mean by that is, like, all of their best rides were really, really good. And they had a lot of good rides, so top-heavy. But then there was nothing that was just, like, okay or average. Because the other half of the rides in that amusement park are dog trash. They are so bad. Like, if you ride something at Canada's Wonderland, you're either going to get, like, a top-tier ride or one of the worst rides of your life. There's nothing in the middle. It's crazy. Hey, it's that track we referenced, like, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Squeaky clean sprint. This is such a fun track, and I don't know how they would ever try to remake it for Mario Kart World, which makes me sad. Because how would you go down into this tub and into this drain where you can see a screw or a diamond ring? It's so fun. Like, the vibe of this track is beautiful. It's perfect. They knew what they were going for, and they hit the mark perfectly. And it makes me sad that, like, this probably won't be made in Mario Kart World. And if they do try to make it in Mario Kart World, it'll be a worse version. Oh, missed the jump there. That's awkward. You know what's funny though? This map would probably work well in Mario Kart World. Because it's just a big circle. Like a lot of the Mario Kart World tracks are looking to be. But it doesn't like overlap or do anything too crazy besides I guess the fact that you go underwater. Also, how would you get a giant bathroom in the open world anyways? That's a great point. But listen, those aren't the type of questions I'm paid to answer, okay? I'm just a silly little guy that plays silly little games. However, I still make demands. I love nothing more than making demands. And I think a demand that is valid, and that should be made, is that this course gets remastered for Mario Kart World. It deserves it. It deserves to come back in Mario Kart World. But maybe I'm just asking for too much. Let's take the upper path here. Ooh, there's a mushroom up here. I did not hit the mushroom. It's okay. Cool. Alright. See, I could see it working in the DLC, though. Because one of the DLC worlds could be, like, a world that's gigantic and you're super small. You could have Squeaky Clean Sprint. You could have Ribbon Road, where you're basically in a giant bedroom. What else? You could do, like, a remaster of an SNES course and make it gigantic, like Koopa Beach 1. You could make that gigantic, or you could take, like, a Donut Hills, or Donut Plains, sorry. Take, like, one of the Donut Plains courses and make it, like, a gigantic mountainous type course. Or at least it looks like mountains. Meanwhile, you're actually just driving on, like, tiny little hills. But because you're so small, it looks like a crazy mountainous course. TikTok Clock fits that vibe perfectly. Waluigi Pinball. They could have an entire DLC of just the vibe is Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. And that's how you could make Squeaky Clean Sprint work. But you're not allowed to go underwater, so my idea has been ruined. What? Where are we? What city is this supposed to be? There's a baseball stadium. Is this LA? Oh, this is LA. The palm trees gave it away. You know what also gave it away? The construction. The baseball stadium health, but the construction. This is a very weird vibe for LA, though. Because besides the baseball stadium and the, like, mass construction, I don't really recognize anything. But maybe that just shows my lack of cultural knowledge of, like, LA as a city. I don't know. Oh, I can't see anything. This is super lucky. Oh, there we go. Fix that problem. Beautiful. Okay. This music is also kind of terrible. I don't know. I very much so realize this stream makes it seem like I hate everything about Mario Kart Tour. That's only half true. I like Sydney Sprint. I liked Singapore Speedway. Like, those two tracks are a lot of fun. Athens Dash, terrible name, but the track was actually okay. It was okay. It was fine. But then you get some tracks from Mario Kart Tour that I just think are not good. Like New York Minute, or LA, whatever that was called. But I'll be honest, the only reason I didn't really like the LA track is because the music was mid. Very boring. I love Sunset Wilds, though. Dude. I love this track. And it still breaks my heart that when they added it to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they did not include the sunset actually, like, I said that with such a fucking lisp. Apologies. It still makes me sad that when they added this to the DLC for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the sunset doesn't actually lower with each lap. And, like, I understand there might have been some difficulty with it and, like, online play, but you could have just made it client-sided. So, like, you know, if your concern was, well, when first place crosses the finish line into lap 2, the sun will set, but it'll be setting like super early for 12th place, then just make it client-sided. So when 12th place crosses the finish line into lap 2, that's when their sun lowers. I don't know why they didn't include the sunset gimmick with this track, because it would have made it S tier. This track has beautiful music. It's got a really cool aesthetic. The vibe is gorgeous. It's these beautiful plateaus. And like, I can almost imagine what it would be like as a settler's crossing, like Nevada, trying to discover gold in California for the first time. But they die before they make it there because the Oregon Trail hasn't been discovered yet. Like, that's what this track gives off. And they butchered it a little bit when they remastered it from the Game Boy to the Nintendo Switch. And it makes me sad. It makes me very sad. Or just have the sunset disabled and online. Exactly. Exactly. The same way, like, when you play online, they, I forget which track it is. I'm gonna list like 4 options because I can't remember which of the 4 options it is. Apologies. I know that's not helpful. It's either Excite Bike, Animal Crossing, Mute City, or Big Blue. Because all of those tracks have little like things that change depending on each time you play it. Like one time you'll play it and Animal Crossing is spring. Next time it's summer. Meanwhile, Mute City, one time you play it, the boost panels are in one pattern. The next time you play it, the boost panels are in another pattern. Anyways, I know for sure like one of those tracks is the same every time on online play, so you don't have to worry about which version of the track you're getting. So like, if they can do that for online play on some tracks, why can't you do that for Sunset Wilds? Makes me annoyed. Because I know they have some of that stuff disabled for online play on other courses. You didn't want to go the extra mile to do that for Sunset Wilds? Disrespectful. I didn't even realize the boost pass changed for Mute City. Yeah, it's... I think there's 3 different versions of it. I only know because when I used to speedrun this game, there were like optimal versions that gave you the fastest speedruns. And when I got my 3rd place in the world speedrun on that track, well, sorry, I'm kind of overgeneralizing, but might as well give you as much detail as possible. I was doing a speedrun of the Egg Cup Grand Prix, specifically. So those 4 tracks. And Mute City is obviously at the end of those 4. I got the worst version of it. I got the worst one for speedrunning, and I was kind of mad, because I thought it was going to ruin my speedrun. But I still got 3rd place in the world, which was the best speedrun I'd ever received at that point, or I'd ever, I guess, obtained is a better word. Like, I don't think I'd ever been higher than 3rd place on the leaderboards. But it could have maybe even been like 2nd place if I got a good pattern. If I got good boost panels. But I'm not complaining, because 3rd place is still really good, and I was very proud of that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not going to steal first from me, buddy. What are we doing? Yeah. I do know, though, for like time trials, all of those maps have a set version, or a set stage. So, like Mute City, the time trials version of Mute City, it has the same boost panels every time. Or like Animal Crossing time trials, it's the same season every time. I can't remember which season, it's either summer or spring, but it's the same season every time. Same like Excite Bike. Excite Bike has the same jumps and tricks set up on the course every single time for time trials. But again, like, if they can do that for time trials, they could have done it for Sunset Wilds. I really love Sunset Wilds, so it makes me sad that they kind of neutered it. They, like, castrated my boy. This is actually a really cool track, I'm not gonna lie. It's not very realistic like some of the other city tracks try to be. Like when we were just driving through LA, we were driving through buildings and alleyways, and then a dumpster of a construction site, trash everywhere. That is LA. now that we're on Vancouver, we were just driving on like a drawbridge that was going upside down. So not exactly realistic, but it's still really cool. It's still a very, very cool track. I like it. Oh, I miss my green shell. Ooh, but I got rid of his first red shell. He has a second one. The second I pass him, he's going to throw that second red shell at me. I don't know what to do. Maybe we just wait till we get another item box, or we wait till a lightning takes care of it for me. Not bad. Not too shabby. Okay. Cool. See, I'm not just a blind hater. Mario Kart Tour. Alright. I can be unbiased. I think this track is cool. This track is fun. Oh my gosh. Another blue shell coming my way. That's lucky. Yeah, the iframe saved us from the red shell though. Love that. Shout out the invincibility frames. The lightning sucks though. We're fine. I don't know why I was so nervous. I thought second place was way closer to me. The fact that I didn't notice like any of them changing besides Animal Crossing. There might be more as well. Those are just the first 4 tracks that come to mind. There could be other ones, especially in the DLC, because as I've proven tonight, as you've visibly watched me demonstrate, and you've also heard me say a couple times, I've not played the DLC much, so there could be tracks in the DLC that also have different versions, depending on whether boost panels change, or little pathways change. I don't know. I'm very uneducated when it comes to this DLC. For example, love Room Avanti. I think it's a beautiful track. Could not tell you half of the layout of it though. So it does feel like I'm playing this with like one eye closed, half blind. The only reason I know I like this track is because I know I love the music. Music is what like really stands out for me, and how I rank a Mario Kart track, and like where I would rate it on a scale from 1 to 10. I'm a big fan of this one. Okay, Toadette, you just tried to drive off-road and then turned around. That looked comical. That looked like something only a CPU would ever do. Started driving off-road, so decided to turn around, pull a 180 to get out of the off-road instead of just driving through it. Where does the other path lead to? Oh, it takes you around, so the right side is a longer path. At least we took the faster option. This blue shell sucks, but it's honestly not the end of the world, because we have a good lead right now over second place. Red shell also sucks, because we only have 1 defense item. The second red shell is going to take us out. We still have a lead, though. Trying to stay confident. Beautiful. Get rid of that red shell. Wanted to save that jukebox for a blue shell, but it's fine. We're chilling. Oh, yeah, we're definitely chilling. Roma Bonti and Majid Drive are also tour tracks with that alliteration. You know, I'm okay with Roma Bonti because it sounds pretty. And I am aware that's maybe hypocritical of me to say. I might sound like a bit of a stupid person for giving it an exemption for being pretty, but the name is very pretty. It's very Rome. It's fitting. Madrid Drive, it's not great because there's definitely some alliteration there you could have found. For example, instead of calling New York Minute, could have called it Madrid Minute, but whatever. But the more I think about it, I don't hate Madrid Drive because the alliteration's kind of in the D's. Madrid and Drive. Like, it works phonetically. It might not be true alliteration, but it's like phonetic alliteration. So I don't hate it. Oh, too much speed. Yeah, it's okay. Madrid Drive is okay. It's better than New York Minute. It's better than Athens Dash. I'll say that. Why did I pull my green shell out just to let it get destroyed by the blue shell? That was stupid of me. But yeah. I will say that. I don't think it's a bad name. Hold on. Oh my gosh, that was almost terrible. I was trying to go for that extra boost. Can I do it without boost? Oh, you can do it without boost. Why did I do it with boost then? Where am I going? It's fine. Everything's fine. Bro. We have a really good lead because we're hitting these shortcuts. But I keep hitting the shortcut and then messing it up immediately after. That was rough. We were falling out of the air for so long. Okay. Everything's fine. I'm living a happy life. I have a happy wife. And I can hit the shortcut properly this time. Beautiful. Cool. We're killing it. We're doing great. We're almost done with this challenge. This challenge stream, if you want to call it that. It almost makes me sad. I don't want it to end. I know I'm very tired, and I should go to bed as soon as this is over, because I have work tomorrow. But I almost don't want this to end, because, like, this is probably going to be my last Mario Kart 8 Deluxe stream for a long time. This really is, like, my send-off for the game. My, like, curtain call for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And wording it like that, thinking about it like that, does make me a little sad. That's okay though. I'm excited for the Switch 2. Let's not think about how the good times are ending. We'll instead think about how even better times, hopefully, fingers crossed, are starting. I'm not going to be sad that this game is over. I'm going to be happy that it happened. I'm going to be really happy that the Switch 2 is happening in a month. I can't wait. I'm still torn between whether or not I'm going to stream my Switch 2 like at midnight on launch, or if I'll just wait until the morning. Because I'm going to have to transfer my entire Switch 1 profile and save data over to the Switch 2, which could take God knows how long. Probably like half an hour to an hour. And I'm gonna have to get my Switch 2 set up with OBS and with my capture card. And that won't take as long. That'll take way less time, but it's still gonna take time. So, if you think about it, by the time I pick up my Switch from GameStop at midnight, drive home, transfer my save data, set the Switch up with OBS and my capture card, it could be like 2 in the morning. It could be later. And at that point, like, is there even a purpose to streaming it at 2 in the morning? Is anyone going to be there to watch? Probably not. So I might just go to bed after I pick it up from GameStop. And I'll stream like early in the morning. It's like, obviously, I want to be like streaming it right away. I want to be one of those people streaming my Switch. Oh my god, these red shells. Dude, he had another one too. I would have lost anyways, even if I had the banana with me. Dude, that's crazy. Again, I can't be upset. I just got Mario Karted. But he had like 4 red shells at the end of the race. And I only had 1 item to protect myself with. So I got hit by so many of them. That's unlucky. Anyways, I was also a little distracted because I'm talking about the Switch 2. Getting back to that, so that's what's more important right now. Yeah, like obviously I want to stream it right away. And I think you could maybe make the argument that like I might pull in some new viewers if I stream it at midnight on launch. But again, to my point, like I probably won't be streaming it at midnight. It'll probably be like 2 a.m. by the time I'm ready to stream. So I don't know if that's worth it. Maybe for like an hour. Maybe we stream for like an hour. But then I just go to bed and wake up in the morning with energy and readiness to stream. I don't know. I don't know which is more worth it. Because would I pull in new viewers playing the game at like 2 in the morning? Maybe. But also anyone who's wanting to watch a Switch 2 live stream at 2 in the morning, the day of, is more likely to just show up to a popular streamer's live stream than mine. Should probably care more and cater my live stream more to my actual viewers. Because don't be wrong, you know, getting new viewers to show up to the channel, follow the channel, and watch the channel is important. But I also gotta show some consideration to the people that are actively watching me right now. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oopsies. Shows you how much I've played this course before. I'm very torn right now. I'm debating with myself which is a better option. Is that a shortcut that I missed? Oh, it definitely was. I might have needed I think you need a mushroom to do that shortcut though. So I don't think I could have done that shortcut. It looked like off-road. Like it definitely would have slowed me down if I tried to drive through there. Oh my god. My controller just glitched out. My R button just like pressed and unpressed itself like 3 times even though I never let go of the button. Though my Switch Pro Controller is like almost a decade old, so I can't really be surprised that it's having issues. It's having glitches and issues, and that's also another reason I'm excited for the Switch 2 is to get a new Pro Controller, Switch 2 Pro Controller, so I can get rid of this one, because this also has a little bit of Joy-Con drift. It's not as bad as my actual Joy-Cons, but has a little bit of drift, a little bit of button glitches here and there, where you'll get like a ghost press, or the button unpresses itself even though you haven't let go of it. So I'm excited to get a new controller, because I did pre-order the Switch 2 Pro Controller, and I've heard a lot of really good things about it. Like, even the people who are like not Nintendo fanboys, like people who are upset about the price of Switch, upset about the price of the games, and think it's like a ripoff, even those people who don't like the console and don't like the games, they have even spoke very highly about the Switch 2 Pro Controller. Like every video I've watched, every person I've watched, whether it's a Nintendo fanboy, a Nintendo hater, or just like someone doing a tech review, unbiased of the Pro Controller. Everyone says the Switch 2 Pro Controller is like one of the best controllers ever created for video games, ever. So I'm super excited to have one and test it out, and also just to replace my Switch 1 Pro Controller, because it's kind of junk, as we talked about. The drift, the buttons not working is not great. So getting rid of that would be a nice thing. Not have to worry about anymore. Is this Madrid Drive? It's kind of pretty. This isn't my, like, I wouldn't say this is my favorite Mario Kart Tour, like, course. But I don't hate it. This one's okay. I need to listen to the music a little bit more. Oh, that guitar is good. See, this is what I mean. The music very heavily affects my ranking of a course, and I am vibing with this music. I can get with this. I almost ran straight into that. I almost got obliterated by a giant soccer ball. But no, this is a pretty course. Pretty decor, pretty music. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright. How many tracks do we have left? That's the real question. How many tracks? Okay, only 3. Oh, we're almost done. We have 3 left. We could end this live stream before 5 hours. I can go to bed before 2 a.m. This is amazing. Heh. And if I go to bed before 2 a.m., I'll get 6 hours of sleep. That's enough. It's enough for work. Yeah, totally. Oh no, I'll get 6.5 hours of sleep. Because I don't have to clock in till 30. Ooh, okay. 6.5 hours, that's even more enticing. Keep talking dirty to me. Sorry. Speaking of work, well, I'm gonna spill some tea about my work real quick. There were people at my job who recently, they didn't get in trouble, but they got like a talking to because they kept clocking in super early so they could leave super early. So like, if you're scheduled for an 8-hour shift, for example, or if I'm scheduled for an 8-hour shift, it would be like 8 to 4. There were people who were scheduled 8 to 4, but they would show up at like 7 and then leave at 3. Which, like, at some jobs wouldn't be a problem, but like, at our job, no one from the management team is in at 7. So no one's there to like see what they're doing, to prove that they're doing work. And also, like, if you're leaving an hour early and we need to do something in the hour of 3 to 4 o'clock, like if there's a meeting or a task that needs to get done, you're just gone. You can't help with that. So the management team was getting very upset with that, understandably so. And me, as like a bystander, I thought it was really funny because like I don't do that. But they sent out like an email and a memo, and they're basically like calling all these people out without actually calling them out. But I know who they're talking about. And I know that it's not me. And there's some like child like kind of joy I get. I almost get giddy watching other people get in trouble when you're not in trouble. It very much so is like childlike in that logic, but it's true. I'm not lying. I'm not exaggerating either. That is the logic. I do get a little bit of giddy joy watching other people get in trouble doing something that I don't do, so I'm not gonna get in trouble. I'm following the rules. So yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember how I got on this topic or why I thought of that, but it made me laugh today. Specifically today. I think that's why I got on this topic, because it's something that's, like, relevant to my thought process, because they sent out the email today. Gosh dang it, bro. Why do you have so many red shells? I need good items. Keep getting coins. And I also need second place to stop getting red shells. Really annoying. Beautiful. I want to start building up a little bit of a lead. If I can put any distance between me and second, that would be phenomenal. That lightning's not going to help, though. I will say, the way they remastered this course for the Switch 2, gorgeous. Like, you took a course that was originally released on SNES and has an admittedly kind of boring layout, and you made it look so much cooler. Like, you upped the excitement and interest in such a simple course tenfold. Love it. I love it. Beautiful. Awesome. That's a great course. What a phenomenal track. And our point total is 969. Or 696. Either way, it's 69 both ways. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, I'm very mature. I'm a very mature 26-year-old adult man who's married. Fun fact. Don't know how. She's asleep next to me, though. Joy of a woman. What a beautiful, beautiful gal. How she puts up with me, I'll never know. Because I'm 26, and I still think just the number 69 is the funniest thing in the world. And I'll probably continue to think that until I'm 69 years old. Anyways, this is our last track, guys. This is the last race. I want to, like, emphasize that. I don't want the importance of this moment to be taken away by 69. This is the last track of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. We are playing tonight, and we'll probably play for a long, long time. So who knows when I'll live stream this again. So I want to savor this moment. And it's such a good course, too. Like, Rainbow Road on the Wii, one of the best Rainbow Roads, if not the best Rainbow Road of all time. And it's just beautiful. The music's beautiful. The moment is beautiful. This moment right now, between me and you, us here tonight, together, my eyes interlocking yours, it's beautiful. This is what dreams are made of. I hit someone with that green shell. How did I hit someone with that green shell? It's crazy. Beautiful. That was actually kind of smooth. That was a nice little shortcut that we took there. Not like an actual shortcut, but just like it was way faster than the intended route. Thank you. Got another blue shell coming for us though. That's super unlucky. It's fine. We can get some of our acceleration back on the speed boost here. Thank you. Nice. Goated track, especially with the mix of music. Yeah, no, this track's amazing. That drift was pure sex right there. That is what makes both men and women drip. Oh my god. I'm moist. I'm always moist. Alright, let's finish out strong. Another blue shell? Can't hit me if you can't catch me. Let's get it. And that's it. All 96 tracks in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe in one stream. I'm so excited for Mario Kart Tour. I'm probably going to head out here so I can go to bed and go get some sleep before work tomorrow, but that was fun. That was really fun. And I think we got first place in like 92, 93 out of 96 of those tracks. So, very successful stream as well. Not bad. Thank you to everyone that showed up. Thank you for the help with OBS as well. That honestly, that was the best moment of the night. I'm not gonna lie, because not only did that save my ears from being subjected to $5 earbuds for the rest of the stream, but I am no longer gonna have to listen to $5 earbuds in future Nintendo Switch streams. So, shout out, big shout out. Yeah, thank you to the people that showed up in the TikTok chat. And I think we had like one person in the YouTube chat, but shout out all around. Big thanks. I'm not trying to like quickly end the stream, but I'm also trying to go to bed. So it's going to be a very quick outro. Wish you all the best. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the sub on Twitch, the follows on Twitch, and the subscribe on YouTube. Overall, it was just a great stream. I don't know. Is it sappy to say that I'm emotional? Is that silly? Emotional over a video game? But like, this has been a decade of my life. Mario Kart 8 has been the last decade of my life. And to know that I'm moving on from it, that I have to let it go, it is a little sad. I'll say that. But this was a phenomenal final stream, air quotes, because obviously we'll play this again sometime, someday. But for all intents and purposes, this was a great last stream and a great send-off to a game that has been one of the building blocks of my life. Not just my video game hobby, but like my life as a whole. So, yeah, this was a very special stream. I'll say that. Have a wonderful rest of your night. I'm gonna go get some rest. I suggest you all do the same.